Right, just testing this sound. Just testing this. So like demons use my family all along. Past 11. No such love. Hello, where I've ever been. I don't believe in God. Since he said that a while ago now, he's more concentrated on the science. The hidden science of brain, the interface technology. Okay, so what decent human individual with a decent heart would set up their own mother, own disabled mother? So to set up 2017 was all a stage, and in England, certain powers that be, I call it. I know exactly who's behind it, and that was all bloody stage. What to imply to come and visit me with my new granddaughter? He didn't want it started in 2015. I should have saw this coming a lot more. And then 2018, where was he? When my mum died, 2018, gaslighting me with the whole bloody family members, and even my daughter and my grandkids, all of them. For what? Trauma-based mind control with a targeted program. Educate.org, go research this if you want. You can find out yourself what's behind it all, not just me. And then if you go and research why they struck me out with the journal, well, because I told the truth. Anyway, point being is, set up with my housing ever since I've been here. Well, but number two, Stuart, you asshole. I hope your soul has already gone to hell. I hope everything comes back on you tenfold. You're just a demon in the soul, in the body. It's just like he's cloned. It's not him. He used to abuse women years ago. I found a lot of dodgy stuff about him, and a lot more dodgy stuff. There's no love for him, no plans for him, because he's such a demonic entity. There are quite a few of them around here. I hate them. The passion I just saw them. I can't forgive them for what they've done to me. It says we need to forgive, but how can I? I hope this world gets cleansed by the comets and the Planet X system and Nibiru, which I've seen today with my own bloody eyes in the skies. Got a video uploaded, yeah, because it showed about me, so nobody knows. You set out, when you get to a higher level in Freemasonry, eternity, you think that's something special when you worship Satan and the demonic. Mind control, hack into my brain. You don't ever have control over my life and my being essence of my body or my brain. I never consider to be part of any bloody program or ever be experimented on. I'll tell you that now. But anyone that can sit there and bloody play computer games and they get on to megadata, megaverse, promoting the digital virtual reality. Oh, I don't believe in God. So that's their bag. Okay. But you don't screw your own bloody adult mother. You don't screw her over when she's bloody got robbed 4 weeks ago and has nothing to her name. It took me 2 years. 2 years to save up what I have to blinking I do. And yet they get to my son. I hope you playing all this back on wondering who think I do, the malice military, NK Ultra, reptilian demons you are. Yeah, especially fat son. Put that ketchup, make it like blood sacrifice. I don't know what that symbolizes. I'm not stupid. I've got evidence of his verbal abusing me. Oh, I'm pissed off. I don't give a shit what you think. Excuse my bluntness. I don't give a monkeys what they bloody think. Because they're broken in my home all the effing time. Breaking my bloody belongings in my home. Planted in there by the demonic public servants are paying for their services because they sold out this tongue, demonic tongue, reptilian DNA. Oh my goodness me, this earth is going to be wiped. And I hope the body crashes to pieces. And then the souls, the innocent souls, so they'll be rectified into this spiritual. You know, God will come on this earth with this wrath of you need to arm yourself with keep defending yourself. The war is a spiritual war of serious magnitude. I don't get into it, but I'm sure pastors are very good to care for the fake ones. And they need to get into the heart of my bloody family. They need to get in the heart of my son and my daughter for the sake of their own kids or grandkids. You know, they're older now, of course, some of them. And I know what they're doing to me. It does not stop, and this is 24 hours a day. I was at a place, right, they have to send the foot soldiers, the demon foot soldiers out to watch me while I am under my own business, right? And then it's bad enough being blocked to goods and services that you know you've got a law right to, and then being set up all your effing life. And then most prominently, oh, this housing business, they don't give a shit. You see, that perpetrator, yeah, I know they can hear everything. I'm saying this flat because they bug my effing flat, you know, all they're effing doing. And basically, it's a neuromonitoring, they're going to monitor you. They feed off your negativity. I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm peed off. You know, the pain is what they don't give a shit about. The bloody pain, right? Pain and suffering that I've gone through so much and made sure that my own effing two son and daughter as a grown up, I never raised bloody kids to turn out like this. And it's not in the heart of my son. I know he's being mind controlled. He knows the technology, for goodness me. He's being manipulated because he's got a daughter and he doesn't want to lose contact with her. I've seen his posts on bloody Twitter showing my bloody daughter. I don't give a shit what he does. I really don't give a monkeys anymore. He sold me out. So you think you can put court protection on me? Really? Don't you fucking realise? Go and research the evidence of history of psychiatry, man-made, big pharma industry, and who is absolutely past, present, to date. You will find the truth. Educate yourself in the book. Look at the history of Rockefeller family, 13 bloodline family. You know, I did not expect to find things like this out years ago, which I know now, right? So just because I get robbed, sat up big time by you effing monkeys, working in a demonic ring, call yourself a public servant. You're working for the effing police. And who else? Oh, you've got to get rid of people that's waking up to truth. That's not easy to be sold out to your double cult. I know the double standard that goes on, the paedophilia and all your bloody demonic control cabal, and it goes deep underground, dumbs and bases all wide. And I tell you, those survivors, anyone survives out of that environment, you get told to, right, now you're under our control, now you do what we want, and if you don't, this will happen to you, right? It's serious stuff that you don't know, the darkness that goes on, and people don't just have a family. They don't just have kids. They're either taken off them into the care system and abused in bloody care, whatever, psychologically or physically. And then if that doesn't happen, then they've got done away with and disappeared. And then the families are never told what's happened to them. And it traumatizes them for life. I tell you, not just me. You want to go and research yourself. You see, people that whistleblow, they make sure they don't whistleblow again, and they get rid of them, set them up. You name it, it's been going on for a long time, and it's nothing new. But I'm not a whistleblower. I keep my mouth shut. I don't speak about what I know, right? I know my bloody granddaughter is being pushed about like a bloody yo-yo. Fucking hell. It's sad to see that how so conveniently my son, the way they used his mind. He knows. Good gracious me, I sent him enough links to warn him over the period of this past year or so. Oh, we had all this sudden like used by his pert wife, but why he's not ever divorced her because of they kept it because like that for so long. You know, it's Valentine's Day. Oh, he's gonna have flashbacks of all that things he done. He doesn't realise he got played by her. And she herself is played by her own bloody well demonic mother. And the fake sister, oh, died. At the same time, I got robbed. It was a bit convenient. I do no disrespect to people. There's no real evidence. There's never been evidence. Where's the photos then? Oh, discreetly. He is being played, right? He played me, and he's been taught well not to post this person up online, but of your picture about his daughter. And he wants to, he's like living a life like he did before 2019. Where's all that compensation funds that I helped him out with in 2020, 21, mainly 2021 as well? When it come into compensation, where's that to repay me what I saved up myself? Where's that? Yeah? So I made sure I had a gut feeling and unconditionally I was helping him out. And one day I hoped he'd just bloody wake up. But he cannot. He'd rather promote strangers and have, oh, this is my kid's school that's raising funds. But he doesn't say about me, oh, well, you can help my mum out. She's lost all her money and she's had to fork out for all this, that, and the other because of what happened to her. There's no support. Bloody hell. And now I'm stuck in this situation. You just keep playing this back, you fucking pervs. They'll shut it about me as soon as it comes in the chat. It's always the same. Yeah, keep watching, you fucking pervs, a lot of you. Fucking not even genuine. They send out demons. Fucking sent out. And I'm not one normally swears. You can go and check out my videos on this channel. On the other channel, what I was getting a few more views because there's a lot of people knows that this is the end of days, right? This is warfare. This is demonic, right? If you don't realise that there's a war on the souls of men and women on this bloody earth, then you're living in cuckoo land. And my moderator, Mason Smith, if you want to check his channel out, he's spot on. This is vital because when you know your God-given rights about how the monetary system works and it's about to collapse, so important. I'm just absolutely so important. They will kill anybody to shut them up. This is like, if you don't realise, the seriousness of the orbit of Planet X and New, which is really why all this automation is going on. Today I had a conversation with an AI computer. My gosh, you want to research what goes on in Dubai, the technology they've got in the Middle East. Oh my goodness me. But you see, they're after souls. The soul captures. This frequency, the technology is so intense. So it gets on, gets blood. This ketchup on the carpet outside in the hallway by that perp, please inform her. Number 7. Yeah, Graham, you're a fake DI. You're not even a TI, you're a fake perk. What a fucking arsehole does. Excuse my French. All the arseholes around here are. So, of course, all my documents. I did not consent for the invasion into my private life, into my brain, into my personal data. And all this constant, it's like you're constant trying to battle, and you're not battling with men and women. It's like, oh, my skin crawls because it's wash my bloody, despite washing and cleansing, this is like one needs to protect oneself with the armor of God around you. I've got my faults. I'm not an angel, but I tell you, I would never cross anyone. I would never send them out, let alone family members. But you see, what the falsifying and the national security and that demonic twat by 2004. He says he's going to be the next mayor, or not mayor, what they call it. The next crime commissioner. It isn't company anyway, but public funded. And he will research his other side of India, no such credit people. Anyone who searches Mother Wales, you will start digging. When you do history and dig all these people, you see how they get into their positions, whether it's public life or CEOs or big corporations in the world. And the way connected goes back to the bloodlines. Within the Illuminati, Freemasonry, oh my god. And what do they have to do? Because there's such things underlying, such things that you might not be aware of. So, of course, in my life, they put me in the NK program, trauma-based NK, by the way, to set me up with that bloody serial killer in 2002, deliberately. Really? And then you see, because I keep doing diaries, they still have, and that bloody individual, puppet seller, he was on the murder squad at the time, CID in London, and I knew I was targetedjustice.org website, and go on that, go on the section, click on all these wanted. Terrorism is by entities, and you'll find his image, you'll find the wanted poster, and that is a very individual I knew who bloody well got wind who I was, right? My whole life was destroyed in bloody well 2002, 3 and since, because of what the media did to me. How can they let out a twat, let alone do what you went on to do to through London, then smear my bloody life, and then falsify documents of public servants and just laugh about it? Which is an you can laugh about somebody that survived a hand of serial killer, you know, and lie about you in the documents of military reports. You're meant to go to public servants to get the board from the trauma. No, they just want to palm up pills to you and give you labels and lie about your private life. And then you get ill physically on top. So you think there might be personal care or have a contract, which I know a lot more about on the contract terms and conditions. And conservatives, no. I found out the dark side of this industry. Too much of it, unfortunately. And this is why I'm on the radar being set up. It's just the ultimate setup, geez, my son, isn't it? Isn't it? And it's nothing, I'm sure, because there's other people involved being used and abused by their own bloody sons and family members. And it's just what they do. And it's like I saw a dog walker. I've known her for years. But it's alright for her. She's got a house and got disrepair for 5 years. The negligent I'll go watch something. I'll be back. I'm not bloody negativity screen. But I'm just saying the thing. That is just be happy. On the mainstream radio, it's magical. It's a pagan ritual. Fantastic on Valentine's Day. It's pagan. I ain't got nothing against anyone that wants to do things. The fact is, you've got to know your enemy. There you go. So, 2017 when I was in porn, that is bloody bothering me with Cad's floor. Did I know about home invasions? No. And do you know about, do you? Nobody does know. Do you know about what I know now? No, of course not. You see, I learnt law 2012. I started learning law. Why? Because I was effing displaced before from a private dwelling. Oh, common sense, I know. Common sense. That's a good title. I know I'm very badly handsome, so fortunately. Sorry about that. I can't have that. This is where they get onto my case all the effing time. These bloody national security trucks. I've sent out some side about that. Hello. Hi. See, I learned law. 2012 started learning law. Why? Because I was effing. I hope you can bear with me with the. This is how bad my life is. You know, it's like so many people like me out there, but they don't realise they're targeted, set up by the bloody demonic side. That I know so much dirt, so much corruption, and so many people in public. I could just speak my mind, explode on the evidence. But if I did that, I'll be not there. They'll kill me off. Already got me run over 2019, make sure I was in a wheelchair for life. And you see, these effing bloody public servants did not even want. It's like I'm sounding off, but I am human. I've had enough of it. There's only so much the human soul can take in. Entities, and my gosh, today did I see those bloody Woundwood Nebrew skies with my I don't know what it is. I've just been given a gift of insight, okay, and I can see right through these demons, right through to the souls, and it really makes my skin crawl. It's just like a bloody antful crawling over me, and I'm just I can't scrub it off. It's just demonic. And seeing those guys today, I've uploaded that video. You just can't make it out. I mean, you can't make it up. I just hope to God that this blinking, it's going to get tougher anyway. It's going to get much worse before it gets better. Because we're in the end of times, and it's so clear. The Bible was made by man, translated by man. So you go to decipher the King James Bible version. My religious upbringing was as a cult. I was involved in so much demonic stuff, and I got out of it years ago. And they didn't like it. They don't like you leaving the cabal. You know that they when you witness things as well. And I was a young kid when I witnessed a lot of stuff, and I got away from it all. And that's when really, really, really negative. And you have your whole family are too scared, shitless, boneless. Um, my older brothers and sisters I'm talking about, to actually, have a backbone and speak up on things. No. So I'm the scapegoat, am I? What? Because I'm younger, so fine. I'm no bloody scapegoat for nobody. So you wouldn't believe how this stage the death of my bloody mum. And I don't give a shit who knows. I tell you, I've had enough of it. It was just like I've been involved in media and telly and radio all my bloody, well, a long time, put it that way. And I've seen makeup artists. I know they can stage scenes, stage rooms, and set things up, and how they do it. And most probably more sophisticated these days with technology. But at that time, it was not my mum in that bloody room. The makeup was obvious, the stage things around. It's just like a bloody TV show. And it was just so ridiculous. And even the funeral, that coffin was too small. It was like a child's body. It wasn't even open. You would have liked the American version where the coffin would be slightly open so you could show your respects. But no, it was very much closed cassette and too small for the actual body. And I always compare with the discrete photos I took the funeral and before allegedly she passed in that room. And I actually in that room, even though I knew it was a stage. I mean, how can you live with that? Knowing your own mother, and that all your bloody family been involved in it, and it sounds so far-fetched, doesn't it, when I say it like that? But it's true. And in that room, one thing they had in their bed was a brown teddy bear. You see, my mum was a generational MK Ultra victim herself. Trauma-based mind control. And I know she's raised in the 40s, in England in the war years. She was sent to her grandfather who abused her. What sick man anyone would abuse a child. Anyway, she had problems all her life. And I was only a young girl watching her cry every bloody night in her room with this great big brown teddy bear. And I was raised by my elder sick demonic brother and my other brothers and sisters. And I ran out. I tried to raise an alarm. I tried to go to the next door neighbours, to raise help for my mum and for that sick pervert boyfriend who was a religious male. Anyway, point being is, I'm still all these years on. As you go through life journey and you get on in life, I swear to goodness, I'm not going to have anything to do with Mormons. I beg to have all that. And I try to get justice for me, not just for me, but other people like me. No. It's a cover up. And then I found a lady who exposed the true origins of the Mormon cult. And when I found the original founder was a Freemason, his whole family were in the late 1700s, so 1800s. The foundation is based on Freemasonry. It's no wonder I've been a target. And I didn't know there very much holes, in Utah and America. They have the G-Web supercomputers based. But all people's data, every bit of your data is being stored in Z-Waves for AI and much more. And I knew it's going to be a trigger for me to see my son's social media post and not want to bother to call me. He knows my email. No communication whatsoever. He sold me out. So it's after £14,900. I hope he chokes on it. I really know. You know, when you go into technology and realise the Milo labs, the military abductions, a deep underground bases, it's not UFOs, it's military. Advancement in technology is more than you think. I get consent to be used like that. I've got audio evidence recordings of what's been going on. You're meant to be asleep. No, you're not. They put the technology, they put you slightly to sleep and then they attack you physically. I did not consent to be a pincushion for nobody. And let alone the perpetrators at number 7 breaking my door and sleep, then their pals around attack me physically. But wipe my memory so I don't remember anything when I wake up from this hypnosis type sleep technology. It's sitting with their virtual headsets on in their bloody fat, doing or whatever. I don't give a shite what they do, but when they got weapons and handheld devices are so minute now, and being this getaways into my flat, if I knew more about technology, I would have sent back to them and shot their bloody bodies to pieces. You know, with the same technology they're using in my flat. Shoot it back at them, see how they like it. But I'm not revenger. I'm not one for revenge. I won't be. I know that angle, that that action, and all the harms coming to them with the rod of the iron. It's going to hit down with God's hard iron. Jesus, Lord, Heavenly Father, He's going to come down on these people so heavily. He's going to fight the demons, the foot soldiers. It's not my job. The battle is not my battle. It was started off in the spiritual realm. And that's why I've tried to warn my son about. It's such a bloody shame. I'll be right back.
Mhm. Coba kasih because I would start becoming next to
on Arc Scope. Looks just like the way quantum computer. I mean, that. And they're sliding in their samples, inside. It's a quantum computer. Right? Yeah, I don't know what name half the stuff I'm saying. But, yeah, I saw the thing about the birds. Well, the birds, the sky here in the United States. Can't remember where now. But, yeah, that one in Mexico, it's got to be electromagnetic. It must have, they got caught in one of them orbs. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying there's these big round orbs in the sky,
yeah,
and they're different colors. And then you got different color clouds. Then you got these things I call the dragon ship. And those things got like this projection lens on top of them, and they can morph into like look like airplanes and stuff. But they go around the bigger ships spraying what looks like clouds. But I think it's some sort of graphene oxide mixture or something. I don't know. See, they're not physical. They're more dimensional, trying to come into the physical. But they've got something they can cloak these ships with that I cannot edit through. I mean, it is a good block. You can barely see it. It's kind of like camouflage netting. You can tell there's something under it, you just can't really see what it is. But my phone is crazy. Awake world, how you doing? Born racer. I'm getting behind him. I want to try. I don't know. I'm about to go to different lands for like more of a what am I trying to say? Area sky. I think I feel concentrated. That's telescope. I've used it a few times, but I've never been successful with the mirror. I mean the camera. Yeah, I know it moves. I feel the view is getting wrong. The camera's falling. I can't get this camera mounted. It's crazy. I think we're just catching residue like that. Oh, there it goes. I just have to get hard. I don't know. Trading around. Do you have a? Oh, do you have a? I don't know something. I'm trying to tell the truth. Oh shit, look like an eyeball. Look, what the hell is thinking at me? What in the world? Look at that. Oh, what the hell is that? I'm trying to hold this thing. What the hell is that? day, well, just it's pitch black out here. I don't know, probably all where the lights going around inside. Oh, it's behind the tree. See, I let go of it. Did that show look like eyeball wing verse? Didn't it? Yeah, it was an eye. I've seen clouds do that, man. They're fully animated. I mean, it went that. It was crazy. It was in black and white, though. I can't find the moon again. It looks like a lot of them.
In 1987, preparatory to the Rio Earth Summit of 1992, which was, the Secretary General was Maurice Strong, the guy who more or less founded Crestone Baca as an modern iteration of spiritual United Nations. And Hunt has this eyewitness testimony. He wrote about it. He has his own website. He's recently died, but his website is called The Big Bad Bank. And he wrote this. 1987, I attended the Fourth World Wilderness Congress. Maurice Strong, the convener, said it was called the Fourth World because it was the fourth one of these environmental congresses that Edmund de Rothschild, now we're talking the real world power structure, Edmund de Rothschild had created. I learned later that the world order refers to the coming one world government as the Fourth World, or world controlled by the world order where there is no more first, second, or third worlds, just a boundaryless planet which is called the Fourth World Wilderness. Yogis and shamans refer to it as the quote, Fourth World Wilderness, the lostness of the mind. The lostness of the mind refers to the collective consciousness. Persons will be coerced through lies, drugs, fear, and pain to surrender themselves, their egos, to the collective consciousness. Yeah. The Fourth World will be a return to a society much like the Caesars or Babylon or the Fourth Reich, within the fictionalized societies described in Huxley's Brave New World and Brave New World Revisited in Orwell's classic 1984. We will flourish with only a whimper. The world order wants to create a new society out of the ashes of chaos. A collectivist fourth world complete with a collectivist religion, collectivist finance, and unchecked world national socialism, fascism. The world order will offer Gaia, the Mother Earth, to the masses as the Big Brother image to worship in the fourth world. Well, talking about the lostness of the mind and the collective consciousness, well, golly, this might have some connection then with what we're talking about with this global mind control gang stalking program. And that's the reason I started with that.
Absolutely. You add in that 5G rollout that is upon us. They say 2020, but it's upon us right now. I mean, this really is what I think is the technology that's going to bring us all in. Or potentially all of it inside your mind.
That's the term that they themselves use. And here's what Brian says about it. He said, this is neural warfare, Cold War 2.0. It's an arms race between the Americans and its allies on one side and the Russians and the Chinese on the other. Countries involved in the United Nations, and other international terrorists turning the world of the world in a neuros like for people will not only be able to interact and communicate with each other via their brainwaves, but where sheepish messages can be centered and controlled at will by those governments. So now, yeah, we're talking about remote control of human beings and the human mind and the human behavior. And so Brian, too, the reason that I got interested in his interview and his YouTubes is that he does seem to have some kind of coherent explanation for how all this might work. And I'm not an insider, so I can't say exactly what's right and what's wrong about this model. We use this as a model and call it a hypothesis that we can test. So anyway, that's it's much bigger than a few people who are getting scared on the street. I think that this is a program that traces back to the intelligence agencies of the world, CIA, NSA, DIA, DARPA, and
this is the kind of control and manipulation that they've always kind of fantasized about. It's only now in this kind of modern age that they've really literally got that technology to be able to carry it out.
Right. Exactly. They can carry it out, and we're playing catch up out here in the real world because we've been, watching TV and football games and busy trying to make a living, and this stuff has been very top secret. But again, anybody who spends the time can look into the history of these top secret programs.
Even the use of television, the frequency that in itself, in no small part, adds to the deceit that everyone's been in while all this has been going on.
Right. Yeah, TV is part of the propaganda system, the media, etc. All this just to keep us distracted and looking in the wrong direction. But meanwhile, and when you start talking 5G, and we have talked about fourth generation warfare as well, then you're realizing that now the citizen, the individual, the small groups are the enemy, and the powers that be, the military and industrial complex, intelligence, have the tools to pacify and control our very thought processes. So this is where we get into kind of the brave new world scenarios with very, very high tech stuff that most people can imagine, and we can talk a little bit about what some of those things might be, because Brian too talks about that in his discussions.
Let's do that then, Doc. I'm just going to hand it to you because you know where you're going with this. You've done so much. If any of the listeners out there take the time to go over to gang stalking, mind control cults.com, this really is. You're not going to find any more in-depth kind of writings about any topic, really. And Doc, I have to commend you for the links you go to and really the information that you cram in there.
Well, thank you very much, Kevin. And it's great to be able to get this out, over the airwaves that should belong to us. And yes, there are a few little bands that still do it, thankfully, But yeah, let me just kind of continue with the main elements of the two scenario or the two hypothesis. Again, I'm attributing this to TI by the name of Brian too, who has studied many of the neuroscientists, including Dr. Robert Duncan, who is ex-CIA mind hacker, as he puts it, and then his conscience got the better of him. He's written a couple of books that kind of divulge what's going on.
Be up there with like the Ewan Camerons? He also got his name. Is anything as well?
Well, yeah, Ewan Cameron back in the 50s, very high degree Mason from your neck of the woods, Skyline, who wound up getting CIA money to do some of his very nefarious experiments on the mind, which really set the stage for this, because really what he was trying to do was erase the mind or the brain and then reprogram it. And we still use some of these terms that come from him, de-patterning and psychic driving and whatnot. Yeah, he was head of the world. So no, Dr. Robert Duncan's not in his league at all. Dr. Ewan Cameron was head of the World Psychiatric Association, the Canadian Psychiatric Association, and the American Psychiatric Association. He was at the very top of his profession, and yet he was doing these horrendous experiments on his patients, which effectively erased the memory of many of them. Turning them into, incontinent babies, adults, So a very, very interesting story at Toronto McGill University, the Allen Memorial Hospital. He carried out these kinds of experiments on CIA contracts, as well as contracts with the Canadian government. But yeah, that was back in the MK Ultra days. So again, if one bothers to go back to the history of this stuff, it's all there. By 1960, the CIA had decided that electrical stimulation of the brain, a la Dr. Jose Delgado in his bull experiment, was more promising than all the drugs that they'd been working on for decades. After they studied LSD and over the years, it turned out that it was a psychosis-producing war weapon, and they dumped it on the youth of America. What are these guys thinking? Well, obviously they're trying to destabilize and divide and conquer the population. Always, so people think, oh, the CIA, very glamorous, James Bond, blah, 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 blah. CIA always worked for the high cabal, which is the international bankers, and has worked at cross purposes with the American people. And they themselves have lived as kings, warlords, destabilizing America and the entire world. But that's an important side angle. But let's go back to the two hypotheses. We made it through 17 main points of it. Let me kind of pick up where we left off, which was solutions. And Brian too was saying that there are ways that the individual who is being attacked psychotronically with these remote neural weapons can defend themselves. Basically, I guess I should just, in case people haven't heard the previous discussion, this basic scenario is that what's going on is that there are extremely sophisticated conscious supercomputers, and these are sending out steady streams of electromagnetic radiation, and that radiation can be intercepted and relayed through satellite, through cell towers, and through mobile platforms, a car, ship, but can be as small as a tiny little chip. And that this steady stream of electromagnetic radiation is bidirectional. It goes to the brain of the individual from the conscious computer and goes back. And using the satellites, they would use, they say, the squid and the technology to receive and send the signals respectively. And
because we're almost on the break, and this is why it was so much better bringing you on early time, because we don't have to rush and cram it all in. And of course, for the audience out there, Johnny Whistles, he'll be live with us after the break to join us for this amazing show again with Dr. Eric Hallstrom. Check out his work at Stopping the Mind, mindfulcult.com. 1 hour down, still 1 hour to go. Loving it right here on DFR5.com. Join us after the break. We are back again, ladies and gentlemen. Tuning in tonight's Baker Show, right here on Truth Frequency Radio Network. You can find us at drlive.com. And just as promised, and this happens every night, joined by my co-host, Mr. Johnny Whistles. And John, it's great to have you back on the show again tonight. And I was sitting there, I was ever so alone, John, because usually we're cracking jokes or we're getting to know a new guest, and it's only then you become so aware that you're sitting there and you're waiting and you're going to be speaking to thousands of people. No pressure on you or anything, John.
Oh, no, it's okay, but Kev, you're handling it like an absolute pro. So the 2 hours was made for you, buddy. It definitely is.
Definitely loving this. Of course, John, you're my space correspondent, right? That's what we like to say. We have a little joke about that. You were telling me, very disappointed in the eclipse yesterday, right?
Yeah, I'm still alive, Kev. I thought the world would have been over, with the crust would have been absolutely caving in itself, all the things that I heard. But no, I'm still here. But Kev, tonight, a couple of guys in the work, Bernie, the guy who sits next to me, and Mark, I was telling them about the guest tonight, and they said, well, this is a must, so I'm hoping that they're listening in tonight, because when I was listening to half of the show, Kev, you and Dr. Hallstrom, man, wow, that's fantastic.
It really is, and like I keep saying, I'm really proud of these shows, because by securing the doc's time and coming on here, I think we're putting out some of the very best information on the net. Looking at even the analytics over on YouTube, stuff like that, you see how many people are listening tonight. This is a popular topic, and using that word popular, I just think it's relevant to a lot more people than we ever appreciated. And tonight we are joined by Dr. Eric Hallstrom. You can find his work over at gang stalking, mind control cults.com. He's also going to be back next month for 9/11 special. I can't wait to get into that with the doc. But tonight we're carrying on our show about the I thought come right back to you because you set it up just nicely before the break, and at least with this longer thing together, right? My annoying kind of interjections and fact that you spark up so many questions in my head. We can get around that thing.
Absolutely, yes. It makes it much more interesting to be able to pause and, talk about specific things that are, seem outrageous and crazy, But yeah, let's go back to where we started just before the break, which was the two hypothesis, which is the PI, this targeted individual branch. He's getting ideas again from studying the scientists who have written about this, and so there would be many others who have worked on these kinds of things who would agree with much of what he says and maybe disagree with some of what he says. But I'm just putting it out there as a total package, coherent explanation. We can use it as a model. We can test it. We can see if it works. We can test it against our own experience or TIs or information. According to Brian, 97-98% of the millions of
Just go into my channel. I had anything else. No, I don't. Genocide against humanity. That's how to listen to your channel.
So, to get see the whole picture, if you will, look at the whole forest from an aerial view, not just the individual trees. And that's what I'm trying to do here with this broadcast, like so important. So let me just start by going to the basics. We know that there is a genetically modified jab. It's not really at all a vaccine in any sense of the world.
How come he's still got that video up? Wow. DA full movies. How come he's still got that up? Is it because he's in America? If I said that on my channel, I've got a strike. In England, they call it medical disinformation. Wow. Good information we've got. Revelation chapter 12. Sorry, correction. DA, hello. Revelation 9, chapter 6. Very good point. Wow. Yeah, I'm always on this subject because you got some really interesting points to make. And that's a pop in, even though it's really bad audio. Biochemistry, but feathers. Well, yeah, you have. Very good. Well, you know about it. Fantastic. Fantastic. The deep military underground bases. You really do know about it, don't you? My gosh. Proof. US prepares troops if possible. Yeah. You're just absolutely just got that deep underground bases from. Let me just check. Oh, better get that up. Absurd Bible-related topics. Let me just have a look. The cow manipulation experiment. The Dallas base whistleblower. Wow. The prisoners at the Dallas base. Yes. Fantastic find in your playlist. Oh my gosh. I am impressed. I've got top secrets here. First of all, I'll say that I'll go back on my channel and check the audio. Yeah. Hi, I'm being hacked. That's why. So, yeah, I can't even see what you mean by that. I'll remove that. But let's go to a channel about the DUMS playlist.
Adult Space Security Officer speaks out. The following is a list of questions that were directed to former Adult Space Security Officer Thomas Edwin Costello approximately a year before his death or disappearance. They are followed by his responses.
Never believe the government, yeah.
Prisoners of Dulce Base by Sherry Schreiner. I wanted to do something on the Dulce underground base in Mexico, and I haven't worked up the nerve to do Thomas Costello's report. So I typed in Dulce and cages, those two words, on a Google Advanced Search, and I found this page, Alien Nation, the Watcher Files. There's the URL at the bottom if you want to go there. And they have this article by Sherry Schreiner. I'd like to read it to you.
That's
It's an
true.
old article, but it really applies to this day. And it was amazing how much she knew back then. Because when she wrote this, I knew nothing about this. I must have learned it at around 2005 or 2006. When I read the Thomas Costello report, I was horrified. And she covers a lot of what's in that report, but she's a good writer. It's not done as an interview where you have people asking questions and there's no direction at all, and it wanders all over the place, and the obvious questions are not answered, and it's annoying more than informing. The Thomas Costello interview is very informative, but it is an interview and leaves a lot to be desired. When someone sits down with a pen and they start writing, or a typewriter, they put it down on paper or on the computer, and then they review it, and they reorganize it, and they rewrite it, and they add more, and they subtract, and they look at it as a flow of information. Does it make sense? Does one idea flow into the next idea? You get a much more interesting story to tell if you're reading someone's story. But she's reporting apparently visions that she had. She attributes those visions. She doesn't call them visions. She just says the Lord showed me. I don't know what that means. Probably means that she likes to do research, and she found it, and she read it, and she collected it, as all of us are doing. We're trying to learn more about these aliens. Which one's good? Which ones are bad? Which one's going to give us cancer? Which ones are going to free us from the slavery? And which ones are behind the slavery? Well, the story she tells is so accurate according to what I know and what I've read, and I'm reading a book a day, that I wanted to read this to you because here it is in one video. I can give you a very good background in the Dulce base and other related information. So let's get on with it. The Prisoners of Dulce Base by Sherry Schreiner, and she has her webpage here. Remember, this was written during the George Bush administration. She starts out by saying there are two governments occupying the United States of America today. And I had just learned this in the last few years. I suspected it, but it never came to fruition in my mind. She says, first, there's the traditional government established by our founding fathers, founded upon the Constitution and an elected government. And then there's the fascist Bavarian Illuminati-backed underground or shadow government led by the corporate military-industrial government, which is fighting against traditional America on its own soil. In other words, the two sectors are the Judeo-Christian-based Constitutional Republic of America and the Luciferian cult-based socialist empire of Bavaria, known as the Bavarians or the Illuminati. Now, she's writing this from a position where we still had a constitution. Today, nobody would write such a paragraph because the Constitution no longer exists, according to the way Obama is operating. She writes, perhaps as early as 1776, a gradual coup d'etat has been underway by Illuminati secret societies to undermine, overpower, and take over the traditional form of government in America and establish a fascist, Luciferian dictatorship working under the guise of a new world order. Over the past 70 years, since 1933, this new world order shadow government, funded by American tax dollars and illegal drugs and weapons trades, has been developed and implemented alongside our normal government, but kept hidden and out of public view by a controlled media and their trained assassins. There is an inevitable war waiting between the elected surface government and those who will fight to defend the underground, joint humanoid, reptilian, draconian new world order if freedom is to be preserved. Over the last 40 years, the New World Order has successfully taken over the elections process to guarantee one of their followers is always elected as president. The American public has been deceived and played as fools by those who wish to destroy them from within. This joint alien-human domination is almost complete. It is this joint alien-human government that has covertly undermined our elections process, lied to the American people, and have served as presidents and many of our congressmen since the 1970s. Secret societies rule our government. Not one president has been elected for the past 30 years that was not a member of the Council of Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission run by the Illuminati. The insignia of the Trilateral Commission is the same insignia seen on alien aircraft. It is the fascist core of the NSA and CIA that has been the Illuminati's arm of control and protection here in America. Is this core who protect information about these bases and the alien aspect of the shadow government from being exposed. It is this core that is the direct link, not only to the aliens who direct behind the scenes, but the Vatican itself that sits on top of it all. Not the Pope himself, but the Black Pope position, the real power in the Vatican that is hidden behind the White Pope and is virtually the seat of Lucifer himself. The Draconians, dragons, which Satan is, run by the Vatican, and the Illuminati, and they rule this alien human empire, the Lucifer, from the Vatican. It is the NSA whose personnel reportedly pilot the black budget UFOs between the Luna Alternative 3 base on Mars and the Dreamland base in Area 51, Nevada. It is the NSA and the CIA who operate their own UFO fleets in our skies at night, both alongside and in opposition to alien craft. The question isn't, do UFOs exist, but who is flying them? There are many secret underground facilities, such as the Los Alamos base that provides an underground garage for the human American UFO fleets located in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Even so, it is the Archuleta Mesa that is considered as the capital of the alien segment of the secret Bavarian Draconian Illuminati alien New World Order government in America, while the Denver International Airport is the capital of the human segment of the secret New World Order government. In many underground bases, these aliens and humans work alongside each other. However, the Lord has shown me that these humans who have agreed to work with the aliens have been taken over by them and are controlled by them. The humans have been possessed by the aliens and assimilated into the alien collective that's controlled and manipulated by Lucifer himself. That makes sense. Our leaders cannot be that bad. They have to be possessed, and I mean hypnotized. Now she's talking about an actual possession where they kick out the soul and they take over the body. Continuing, when our government officials first made contact with these aliens and started signing treaties with them, the process was underway for total Luciferian control of our government through the backdoor shadow government. She wrote this almost 10 years ago, And I find she was prophetic. Continuing, our government, naive to the tactics and strategies of the devil, gave him permission to indirectly work through his alien forces to work with our government and military officials, thus unknowingly allowing for the eventual possession and soul scalping of all those who would come in contact with these aliens. Secret societies and occultic groups that have existed since the beginning of time under different names, all established to worship Satan and enslave those involved to Lucifer, have come into almost complete domination in these last days of almost every government in the world. Only high-ranking Freemasons, Scottish Rite, and other societies under the umbrella of Luciferian control have been allowed into positions of gaining security clearance to even come in contact with these aliens. Even at the lower ranking levels of these societies, the members are required to acknowledge allegiance to Lucifer as the god of light or god of this world, or whatever other deceptive verbiage they are required to recite as an oath. And this is what gives Lucifer's demons and aliens permission to possess and control these humans. The dark side and forces of evil operate on a permission basis. When someone takes an oath to Satan, no matter how deceived they are about the kind of oath they are taking, they are giving him permission to enter, demonize, and possess them. Secret societies that require oaths to join them are of the devil. Making oaths to the dark side allows the demonic to possess those in them, and when they are physically dead, Satan will possess their souls forever. Ooh. In the meantime, they can be soul scalped and replaced by aliens or demons who then take over their bodies. This shadow government running alongside ours is controlled by these secret societies. The Council of Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission are, in reality, secret societies because in order to be accepted as a member in either one of them, one has to be a Mason or member of one of the other Lucifer-controlled societies. At this level, this allows the aliens to take complete bodily possession of the humans involved with them. This is one of the areas where the shape-shifting phenomena comes from. For those involved with the shadow government and the secret societies, first they lose their autonomy and individuality as human beings, then they lose their bodies, and eventually their souls. Many have been soul scalped and replaced by aliens themselves who now inhabit their bodies permanently. There is evidence of an agreement called the 100 Treaty that began in 1933 by Franklin Roosevelt between the aliens and government of the United States. It was shortly after agreements started taking place that the alien infestation of our government and elected offices started taking place. Go to bed with the devil, you're not going to come out of it looking like an angel. The science fiction movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind was sold to the public as the first contact we had with aliens, of course created in fiction format so no one would believe it. But in reality, contact had been made in 1933. It could have been earlier than this, but if there was contact, it's been kept well hidden. We know there are many underground bases, practically underground cities, that are kept well hidden and out of public view that spring up as a result of having contact and treating them. These treaties called for joint bases to be built for the exchange of technology with aliens. Our scientists and experts work side by side with aliens and taught the new form of technology that had been agreed upon. For instance, our government allows aliens to mutilate animals and kidnap humans in exchange for anti-gravity technology, microchips, lasers, free energy, and more. In exchange, those corrupt leaders agreed to deny their existence, cover up their crashed UFOs, lie about human abductions and animal mutilations, and keep a lid on an alien presence in this country. While these aliens mutilated animals for body parts and abducted humans for experiments, hybridization, soul scalping, chip implantation, mind control programming, dreamscape manipulation, genetic engineering experiments, crossbreeding, cloning, harvesting for body parts,
Yes,
and using humans for food.
exactly.
Meanwhile, our government looks the other way and protects them while they're doing it. And this still happens today. At the same time, while the aliens have been implementing their hideous agenda unto us and worldwide, our shadow government has been taught the same technology and has been implementing it on us themselves, such as chip implantation, mind control programming, dreamscape manipulation, genetic experimentation, super soldier cloning, and global tracking and control. And I might add, soon they will be eating us. Our own species will be eating us. Continuing, we have also learned anti-gravity research and literally have our own UFO fleets. They're built underground, tested at Area 51, painted at Area 52, and stored at Los Alamos, among other bases. Some of the different secured forces that protect and guard these bases include the Delta Force, Black Berets, Air Force Berets, Secret Service, FBI Division 5, CIA stormtroopers, and the base's own security and the base's own special security themselves. It has been alleged that many involved with these security divisions have been soul scalped or programmed to keep them under the control of the alien shadow government. I want to focus attention here on the Dulce base. Perhaps later the Lord will lead me to expose the others, but for now this base has been brought to my attention by him, and it would be dereliction of my duty not bring more attention to it, where it is and what it is. My information comes from the Most High God himself, who has given me spiritual visions about these bases, along with reports gathered and written by William Cooper, Philip Schneider, Thomas Costello, Branton, and others who risked their lives to bring information on these underground bases public. William Cooper and Phil Schneider were killed, and Thomas Costello is allegedly dead as well. Many others, such as Branton, now a good friend of mine, have suffered through attempted assassinations or are constantly monitored and watched as a result of bringing public awareness to these underground bases. The Dulce base. This joint CIA human-alien base is located under the Archuleta Mesa in Dulce, New Mexico, close to the Colorado border and situated on the Jicarilla Apache Indian Reservation. The Dulce base is approximately 2.5 miles northwest of Dulce and a town located off US 64 with a population of approximately 900 to 1,700 people. Dulce is a small town with one motel and a gas station, but underneath the surface of the entire area lies a vast complex and network of bases and shuttle systems that crisscross through the entire country. Dulce is the central hub. The Dulce base is more technically known as the Biogenics Laboratory, including but by no means limited to atomic manipulation, cloning, human psychic research, advanced mind control, animal-human crossbreeding, visual and audio chip implantation, and the abduction and feeding off of humans, including children. It is the second largest reptilian and gray base in North America, yet it is the central hub for all the underground bases. The largest base is located by Taos, New Mexico. The Dulce base was built on top of deep caverns that extend for hundreds of miles underground. There are 7 levels of the Dulce base that are known of. The caverns underneath are off limits, and even most of the levels themselves are not accessible without strict security clearance to those who qualify to be on them. The first 3 levels contain government offices and a garage for street maintenance. The base itself is as large as the city of Manhattan. Yes, they have roads and electric vehicles to drive. The second level contains offices and a garage for trains, shuttles, tunnel boring machines, and UFO maintenance. The third level is mostly government offices. The fourth level of the base conducts research in psychic inserted by a robotic arm. Rows and rows, thousands of cages have also been seen holding men, women, and children to be used as food and put into these vats for the aliens. The sixth level is called Nightmare Hall. It contains the genetic labs, and this is where the crossbreeding experiments of humans and animals are conducted. People have reported seeing fish, seals, birds, and mice that are vastly altered from their original creations. There are multi-armed and multi-legged humans and several cages and vats of humanoid bat-like creatures up to 7 feet tall. 7-foot-tall humans with wings and bat-like features. On the 7th level are thousands and thousands of humans in cold storage, including children. These last few floors are the ones that the Lord has brought to my particular attention. How? In their insane desire to have human bodies as their own, aliens have perfected the ability to take a person's soul out of their body and put it elsewhere. This gives them access to a human body devoid of a soul. The body is a shell, a carcass, and they can take over and possess this body and use it for themselves. This is termed walking in. There are 2 types of walk-ins. Aliens can walk in and possess a live human body and or a dead human. Or in this instance, a live human who had their soul removed and then their body was taken over and walked in by an alien. I've heard that Obama is a walk-in, and it doesn't surprise me by the way he behaves. What happens to the souls? What is a soul? A soul is what makes you, you. We are souls, and our bodies are just shells that cover our souls. Can we exist outside of our bodies? Yes, as a spirit in spirit form. The aliens are kidnapping humans and taking out their souls and then putting in souls in storage containers, even boxes, and then taking over the human bodies as their own. Horrifying. The person who was abducted and kidnapped is not dead. They are still alive, but now as a soul they are trapped in that container or storage box they were put into. They become prisoners imprisoned in these storage containers, but no way out. This is what the Lord has shown me, and this can be verified by others who have leaked out information about these bases. And if people today who these bases would come forward as whistleblowers, we might be able to stop this once and for all and demand a congressional investigation. Most congressmen and congresswomen don't even know that these bases exist. We need to free these people and bomb these bases out of existence. If they have advanced mind control, do you really think they haven't already taken over Congress? If Congress voted to continue the Patriot Act, do you think they have any sensibility at all? We need to dispose of Congress. Get away from the representative style of government. We need to represent ourselves. This idea of bringing this before Congress is if you still trust Congress. Maybe Congress was trustworthy back then when she wrote this, but I think it's a bizarre idea today to trust Obama or Congress about anything. We are not ignorant now as to what's going on. You are reading this, and now you are one more person who knows. And it's up to us to do something about it. And I suppose she means we need to tell everybody to read this, to post this, and get people to watch it. Back to the script. It's time to start screaming and not stop screaming until every last person is released as a prisoner from this base and others like it. Well, there's one in Miami also just like it. Pray for the release of these souls. I think we have to do more than pray. We've got to tell other people. We've got to get the public informed about this. There is power in prayer, and through prayer, these souls that are being imprisoned can be released and sent to the Lord or just set free from the imprisonment. Hundreds of thousands of children and adults disappear every year in this country alone. Our government and media cover it up by underreporting the true numbers of those who disappear. Not reporting at all, making it seem like they are just various cases of runaways or a spouse leaving with children. Many of these people who disappear end up in these underground bases, never be heard from again. Terrible. The Center for Missing and Exploited Children is run by the government for spin control. Estimates that 300,000 children are missing each year. This number could be much higher and probably is. Over 10 years, now when you multiply by 10, you add 1 0. 300,000 times 10 is how much? 3 million. But she does it a different way and gets 30 million. Over 10 years, that's 30 million children. No, that's 3 million children. But it's still a lot of food and harvested by Israelis, don't you think? Over 30 years, that's 90 million. No, that's 9 million. But still, 9 million children that wind up in the hands of aliens who eat them or do other things to them is unacceptable. And our government will kill people to keep it quiet rather than keep it from happening. Why? Because in exchange for their silence, the aliens give them technology. That's a fact. What technology since the 1950s has been worth over, let's use the right number, 12 million lives, mostly children? LASIK surgery, laser beams, computers, the microchip, microwave, almost all of our advances in electronics, human implantation, have come from the aliens. Do we need them? Many inventions by our own scientists and inventors have been confiscated by the government, and then the person thrown in jail or prison to keep them from protesting. Free cures for cancers and AIDS were found as far as 30 years ago, but the government confiscated and confiscates the inventions and patents, and it's killed the scientists and the inventors themselves. They don't want cures when the dying industry is a big business. They don't want to heal you. Their purpose is to kill you. AIDS was designed by them to begin with to target and kill off undesirable populations with predisposed types of DNA. Depopulation is a big part of the New World Order, and they don't want you to have free energy when they're making billions of dollars being paid for it. In the New World Order, mankind serves as nothing but slaves if they're not being used as alien food. We prefer to exist in dimension with our tax dollars. Think about seeing the term New World Order and or shadow government. When George Bush Sr. first publicly announced creation of the New World Order on September 11th, 1991, he was in effect publicly announcing an alien takeover of our nation and the replacement of our republic and constitution with a Luciferian and alien dominant government. That is exactly right. Now, you still believe the lies that he was a Christian, who is current president, his stupid son. Both are steeped into secret societies of Bavarian skull and bone society. They lied to you. The government is lying every day to us about who and what they really are. Amen, sister. It's time to take our country back. How? Our presidential election process has been ruled by the variants, humans possessed and controlled by aliens, since Kennedy was assassinated for refusing to go along with them. The controllers of this shadow government are literally feeding off our people. They're working behind the scenes of our government, present to the public the lie that we still have an elected government, although they've been controlling the top offices for years through alien-dominated humans. I agree. The aliens who stay behind the scenes, known as the controllers that you don't see, are the ones directing and controlling the underground alien empire we've built for them. They are the ones directing the chip implantation of the entire nation via vaccinations, flu shots, etc., and the infestation and assimilation of aliens into our society as hybrids, soul-scalped humans, and clones. And they assassinate and target people who dare expose them. I serve the Most High God, and I'm not afraid of them. May Jehovah the Most High be exalted and our nation turn back to him so he can lead us of the grip and hands of the Bavarians. If America chooses to ignore it, stay and sleep and do nothing, our demise is assured. Thousands and thousands of people are being held captive in cages like animals at the Dulce base. Even more thousands are being kept in cold storage, and even more trapped in storage boxes with no way out. Dulce base is on our soil. It's time to bring more awareness about what this base is, where it is, and get something done about this huge network of alien underground bases. They must be destroyed. We are at war, folks. If the humans of this country don't stand up against the evil that is dominating us, we will be annihilated by them. It's not if, but when. Aliens are taking over our country, and when the veil is lifted, you will start to see them more and more. Shapeshifting will become a common sight. It almost already is to those in top political circles, but not the Capitol Hill revolving door politicians as much as those who are made for life in Congress and will never lose their seats because they're part of the Bavarians.
Yeah.
Those elected into the White House are Bavarians, along with their entire cabinets. Seek the Lord as to what he would have you to do. I don't think the Lord is going to help you. I think you better do it on your own. Tell 10 every day. Get a YouTube channel and post some videos that inform people. See how many views you get each day. If you're getting 10, you're okay. Pray for the free.
A 3-year-old remembers his murder. We can't
3-year-old remembers his murder and identifies his killer. I'm on a webpage called realgoodnews.com, one word. On October 25th, 2014, a reincarnation story was posted about a 3-year-old. The article reads, in these very strange times, many of us have long said that the veil is lifting and that consciousness and spiritual awakening is rising. The results are that many people are coming out of the anesthetic that man has long been under. Memories are returning, and the true nature of man as an immortal spiritual being is beginning to really be understood in a much deeper and more profound way. In his book, Children Who Have Lived Before, Reincarnation Today, German scientist Trutz Hardow recounts the story of his doctor friend Eli Lash's experience in witnessing the events of a young boy who had previously been murdered and then identified his killer. As Hardow describes in his book, the events took place in the Druze nation, which is in the Middle East around Lebanon, Syria, and the Golan Heights area. Within the tribe, there was an understanding that we live more than one life in a physical body, and that we sometimes bring with us memories of past traumatic events.
Yeah.
The Druze understood that these memories could cause physical, mental, and emotional symptoms and upset for the individual. Therefore, the traditions were to engage the child in conversation about whatever they could remember in an effort to relieve the symptoms and free the child from the past. Hardow states in his book, as soon as the child is born, its body is searched for birthmarks, since they are convinced they stem from death wounds, which were received in a past life. The Druze knew that children had a hard time distinguishing between past and present when they just started speaking. So they would begin to question at that age, but get much more specific about the events at about the age of 3, when the child begins to understand the difference between past and present. At that time, if the child has talked about a place where he has lived a past life, the Druze take the child there. It is regarded as a special occasion, and a kind of native board of inquiry is formed, led by the village elders. One specific child that was born with a large birthmark on his head recounted that he had been murdered. A group of 15 men was formed, including village elders, representatives from neighboring villages, and Dr. Eli Lash, the only non-truce in the group. The group was based on child's statements that he had lived in the surrounding area, so they began their journey going to the nearest village. It's the boy had lived there, and he said he lived in the village. In the second village, the boy again said no, so they continued on again. When they got to the third village, the child said he had lived there, and soon began to recall names and events. He told them that months ago he had been murdered with an axe, and was able to recall his own name. An elder from the village who had joined the group said he remembered that man. That man had disappeared without a trace 4 years prior. They walked through the village, and the boy identified the house he used to live in. Then suddenly, upon seeing his killer in town, walked right up to him, called him by name, and said, "I used to be your neighbor. We had a fight, and you killed me with an axe." Oh. Eli recounted how the man went white as a sheet, and then the boy said where his body had been buried. What's the Hardo states, quote, "How could he have known where his former neighbor had buried the body after his death? Almost daily, my clients describe the following post-mortem scenario after death. The soul leaves the earthly body, and in most cases is able to see the body from above.
Yeah.
Often it hovers there for a while and can see exactly what happens to the body," unquote. The boy then leads the elders to the buried body and the axe that was used to kill him. When all was revealed, everyone stood staring at the murderer, who finally confessed to the crime in front of everyone. Eli asked what would happen to the murderer, and the villagers told them that it would be determined later what would be appropriate punishment for the crime, but refused to turn the man over to police, deciding to handle this issue themselves. These types of stories are becoming more and more common as consciousness is rising and people are learning about their actual spiritual nature and the fact that they are immortal beings having a physical human experience. This is not the first time I have heard such a story. I once heard a man tell his own story of remembering that his wife had killed him in a past life. He actually went and found her, aged, but still living in the same place. He told her who he was and that he forgave her. I have known other stories as well, and understand that when one is able to realize these events are true and view life events from a higher spiritual place, one is able to see things in longer-term survival concepts, which assist greatly in decision-making and prioritizing. Seeing these types of stories become more and more common tells me that the overall consciousness of mankind as a whole is increasing, and that indeed is real good news, one word. Now it's my turn. If these stories are occurring today, they were occurring 100 years ago, 500 years ago, and 1,000 years ago. For some reason, we forget our past life. There is an explanation in a book called Alien Interview. It's about the Roswell crash of 1947, in which the alien communicated telepathically with Matilda O'Donnell McElroy, and told us that when we die, we are shocked. Billions of volts of electricity in order to make us forget our past life, and that our soul never dies and we're born again and again. And the reason we are shocked with this electricity, high voltage, is because the Earth is a prison planet.
There you go.
Ooh. And if you want to know more, I read the whole book on this channel. Just type in Alien Interview, or go to the playlists for this channel. There are at least 30 videos in that playlist. Start at the beginning so you understand what's going on. I have a lot of people who send comments, and obviously they did not watch previous videos so they would understand what's going on. You can't just end in chapter 6 and understand everything in chapters 1 through 5. There are also letters written by Matilda O'Donnell McElroy to the author. He is an author, but he's not the author of this book. He's the editor and publisher, Lawrence R. Spencer. He's from Sacramento, California. Matilda sent him all the papers she had in her possession, probably by oversight. I'm sure the military did not want her to hold top secret documents for 60 years, but before she died, she decided the people should know the truth, and she released them. Lawrence R. Spencer. And she told him to make up a science fiction book, because he is a science fiction writer. He wrote The Oz Factor. And he read the top secret documents and decided this should not be fiction. This is the truth. It should be published. The truth. And he published it without alteration, which was a huge gift to us. And he took a huge risk on his own life doing that. And so after he did that, he burned the original documents so that he was not in the. He's still around. And a lot of others aren't. When you have secrets, your life is in danger. We go through times periodically where the people rise up against their smugglers. For revolution, they cut their heads. They cut a lot of heads off. It got crazy. It got to the point if you said anything about those who were cutting off heads, they cut your head off. And so we went from one insane ruler to another insane ruler. And then who took over? Napoleon, who was another insane ruler. Violence leads to violence, which leads to violence, which leads to more violence. Learn it. Violence is not the answer. I want to pack up all these people who are parasites and put them on a large spaceship. Maybe we could get some help from some aliens. And I want to send them to a distant planet where they can all live with their own kind. I'm not particular which planet. It does not have to have water, an atmosphere to breathe. I couldn't care less what happens to these useless eaters. They have the nerve to call us useless eaters, and they themselves are useless eaters. And if you murder them, they'll come back, as this little boy did. We want them to live somewhere else. We want them to stay in their old bodies as long as possible to keep them out of trouble. And if they're all together, they will know what it's like to live among their own kind. Maybe they will learn something, and when they come back, maybe they will have a little compassion for others.
Right, no, yeah.
The certified comments after File 1, Part 5. I wrote this for the description of Part 5, but YouTube rejected it because it was too long. So I decided to record it. It's important to discuss. I have ideas to share with you for the discussion and my stimulation. Consider these ideas. In March, learned that there were some by the Elohim to develop an advanced human on Earth. But the Saurians did not like the outside influence in genetic manipulation. That's why there is so much hostility by Lacerta in the beginning. And she was offending the young Swedes by making attacks on Earth scientists. I understand how she feels. Their species took 65 million years to develop, and they have earned their place in this world and on this planet. But in just 50,000 years or so, we are converted by outsiders, invaders, from tree dwellers to rocket scientists. And we have no culture, no history, and no respect for the Saurians, and no knowledge of their history. In addition, our minds have been poisoned against them, making it difficult to establish a harmony with us as neighbors. We don't respect them because they're reptiles, and all we know about reptiles is that they are snakes and crocodiles, and they are far behind us in their development. Now we meet reptiles who are far advanced of us and have not just sent a man to the moon, but far beyond, and have set up 7 colonies in this solar system. It's time to learn the truth about their existence and respect their life form. Ally with them if at all possible and be a partner in the husbandry of this planet. We've heard Lacerda's side of this, and this might be what she was taught. There are others in her group to consult, and then we must consult with the other side, the Elohim, to get their side of the story. Whenever I get all my information from just one source, I feel that I've heard the plaintiff speak, but there are more witnesses on both sides, and I did not hear from the defendant yet. It's too early to put down the gavel and decide the case. How about you? This interview was made by the Swedes in 1999. And Lacerda says that there were 14 species of aliens on this planet at that time, and 3 of them are hostile, including the one that works with our government. They are the ones who want a drastic reduction in the population here. Are our leaders under their mind control? One of the species on this planet is very far advanced and is no threat to us, but would they help us if they see wrong being done? Some want our copper, and some want our DNA, water, and air. So what do? We need allies, especially allies with an interest in the Earth, and the Saurians rank pretty high. Making allies is one of the things that we can do, but maybe we don't have to do anything, because some humans have already done it. They gave up the copper, the water, the air, and hundreds of thousands of us in exchange for technology to build powerful weapons, which might have been used on the World Trade Center buildings because they came down a little too easily, and some of us don't think that jet fuel melts jet engines, and it isn't possible that it melted construction steel embedded in concrete either. If we have a government that kills our people and makes trades of technology for human beings, I don't think we should trust them anymore, do you? We know that some of those humans were eaten by carnivorous aliens at Dulce. Thomas Costello brought us this very important information. They have a taste for children, and they like to make them very afraid before they tear them apart because they want adrenaline in the blood. It's like an aphrodisiac. I have the feeling that Lacerda's people eat humans too. She hinted at it, and after 65 million years, I think they could develop a taste for humans. I would take her advice and not stray into her camps. If someone delivered a free pizza to your door, I don't want to be anybody's pepperoni. The history of Mesoamerica includes the Aztecas, the Mayan, and the Incas, and the sacrifice of the gods. And if you look at the gods, they're reptiles. Were these reptiles from Earth? Were they humans as meat? We know the Mayans built humans, and we know were cannibals before we arrived. We brought them Jesus and made them stop eating one another, but we killed 25 million of them in the process. So how much good to be the indigenous people of Mesoamerica? I'm curious now who the serpent people were who influenced lands and their skills in astronomy and mathematics. They know a lot, and they don't vary much from us. Not done this on their own. Someone had to help them, I surmise. I will have to go back and reread everything I have read on the Mayans, the Incas, and the Azteca. Because they were reptiles from Earth, maybe. Lacerda said that they have this special ability to make you think you see a human being, so you're not afraid. It might be like being eaten by a large snake and want to be eaten by any reptile. We know snakes eat mice, rabbits, and deer. But habits for mammals, and this makes me very suspicious of them in respect to cuisine. Also, I saw some reptiles chase a Russian soldier and pull his arms off. This creature looked a lot like Lacerda. They drank his blood like savages and ate his flesh. Look up these 2 words on Google: Russian and zombies. It's got night vision goggles, and you can see the heat of the poor guy's blood as he yanks his arms and legs off. To one guy, helicopter vomits in fear. That's real enough to me. The Russian soldier lost his life. He had a machine gun. I don't have any guns. What chance do I have? I want to sue for peace. The Palladians told us that there are 1.5 million children here to help us with our ascension to fourth and fifth. We know that recently some underground alien bases were destroyed. The Lacertus group was affected by this, and I hope they're also not destroyed. Not because they eat us, but because they are more advanced, and we need a big brother. Now, if the Galactic Federation is the Elohim, and they have returned to finish the war with the Terransarians, then I side the Terrans, and I do not want to be part of any group that invades a planet 65 light years away and starts turning monkeys into intelligent creatures which make nuclear weapons and claim the Earth as their own when there is a species here to consider. The species of reptiles, which is 65 million years of gradual development in order to become sapiens, should be respected, not opposed. We should ally with them for our own survival, because I don't see us surviving if they just face our genetic experiment when they're tired of playing in the lab. If the Saurans were belligerent, they would have destroyed us over the past 500 years at any time. When they left, they could have wiped us out, but they didn't. They hide from us and do not seem to want trouble, even though they resent our existence, and I feel more comfortable with them even if we're on their menu, rather than the genetic manipulator trash the previous experiments when they are done with them, as if the life forms were no more valuable than lab rats. One last thing, I looked at the Aldebaran, which means in Arabic, the follower, and found Aldebaran right next to the Orion constellation. It's in the Taurus constellation next to Orion. And I want to show you a map of it so you know where it is. The star is 65 light years away from us, and the star is a giant like Betelgeuse and Rigel in the Orion constellation. It's important because our home. One thing just they push over to someone who has advanced technology. We need allies with advanced technology also. And we found the rapid track of development, and I see advanced species as the right path. How about you? Next, we don't need leaders who sell out their own kind. And these leaders must be replaced with some that care about the lab rats, the Constitution, and our rights. The slavery and controls have to go. Your paycheck is yours, not the IRS. And we no longer need the Federal Reserve robbing us through inflation and fractional reserve banking, which keeps all of us in debt. So the struggle to be free rests on our ability to elect a constitutional president. And we deny our candidate, and we have these other candidates pushed on us, like the healthcare control bill, and I don't like that one bit. How about you? We started out talking about reptiles and humanoids from stars 65 light years away, and now we're talking about American politics. Are they related? They are related if we are being led down a path by outsiders. We, the people of the United States, must have our freedoms back for choice and not be subject to a slavery system. And I suspect that the influence comes from outside. And I'm not talking about Federal Reserve, which is owned mostly by foreigners either, or an IRS that's a private corporation and serves as collection agency for the Federal Reserve. I mean outsiders from other star systems who came to Earth for their own selfish interests and don't give a rat's lab about us. The Lacerda story is important because it's information about who we are, and it gives us a direction. We know now what we must do. We must have disclosure of all information about aliens so we know what we're up against. If there's going to be a war, we need to know the truth finally. The truth is never going to come from government, which reports an unemployment rate at 8.3% when actually it's at least 3 times that number. We're being lied to, and we need to see some arrests, and we need to see some people in prison. If you think that the Lacerda story is isolated and not relevant to our current situation, remember this. She contacted the Swede who lived in the remote forest because she was concerned about the upcoming war with hostile aliens. More than a decade has passed, and she said it would take place in 10 or 20 years, probably. Do you feel that a war is imminent today? I do. These clowns who are running for puppet president are all talking about war except the constitutional candidate, and they have us believing that Americans prefer war to peace, slavery to the Constitution, and that we prefer the TSA Gestapo to not being touched in our private places before we board a commercial airliner. I'm sure that Americans want to be free. Why do they favor the candidate of the slave masters? Is it mind control? Think about it, and thanks for watching.
Wow. Definitely.
Planet X. Tickets to the underground cities have been delivered. Do you have yours? By now, you have all received your tickets to the underground cities, and you're prepared to go there where it will be safe. As you know, there was room for everyone, and so some were not given tickets. For this reason, we have codenamed the underground cities, referring to them as hell or the hell hole. Remember that. Please understand the reasons why some did not get tickets. Some people are not as intelligent as others. Should we have smart people like Al Gore and Hillary Clinton, or stupid people like those who drink fluoridated water? Some people have a college degree, and they should be saved, unless it's in liberal arts or basket weaving. That's not a real degree. Those with scars have been excluded because scars are ugly. The underground cities are only for the beautiful people. The royalty are beautiful, aren't they? Prince Charles is homely, but Diana was pretty. Of course, she dated a swarthy-skinned man, and so the Queen had her 86th. She might have been pregnant with his child. The Queen couldn't have that. It would have ruined the good name of the royalty, who let kids in Africa starve to death and kids in India die of thirst. Speaking of Africa, Bill Gates got his ticket, and he's bringing plenty of vaccines in case some African kids get into the underground cities by mistake. He'll just vaccinate them, and poof, they're gone.
Interesting. Guns, fireball,
Deep underground military bases, or DUMBs for short, facilities located in most cases most below such as mountains, mesas, hills, and hills. DUMBs provide maximum security and secrecy for both military and corporate interests. These clandestine underground installations facilitate at least three strategic objectives. Number one, security, as in the warehousing of sensitive assets, i.e., nuclear warheads, biological weapons, etc., and safe haven of high-ranking military and government officials during national crises, i.e., nuclear fallout, EMP attack, civil unrest, etc. Number two, secrecy, to conceal the research and development of highly classified technologies, especially those derived from antediluvian and or non-human origin. Also, non-virtual experimentation, especially relating to behavioral modification, genetic engineering, and human cybernetics. Number three, subversion, to subvert public scrutiny and rule of law, as in the Constitution and Bill of Rights, in pursuit of technological, political, societal, financial objectives. Though the existence of most of these dumb installations, no pun intended, is officially denied, some of them have surfaced into public awareness, such as the Cheyenne Mountain Complex, formerly the home of NORAD, and the Mount Weather Complex. The well-known, yet officially undisclosed Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center, also known as the High Point Special Facility, located in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, is a continuity of government complex operated by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. Completed in 1958, the classified installation beneath Mount Weather was originally designed to be a relocation site for the highest ranking of the government, including the President of the United States and his cabinet. Often described as a subterranean city, the base includes a hospital, crematorium, dining and recreation areas, sleeping quarters, an emergency power plant, dozens of office buildings, some of which are 3 stories high, a radio and television studio, which is part of the emergency broadcasting system, and a special train that connects to strategic locations throughout the country, utilizing a high-tech and hidden transit system. The Very High-Speed Transit System, or VHST, was a RAND Corporation concept presented to the military-industrial complex in the 1970s. The RAND Corporation described the concept as follows: a very high-speed transit system operating in its own rarefied atmosphere in evacuated tubes in underground tunnels. Most cases considered to less time to go coast to coast, as in 21 minutes, than it takes an aircraft to climb to an efficient operating altitude. VHST's 2 craft ride on and are driven by electromagnetic EM waves. Accelerating, it employs the energy of the surrounding EM field. In decelerating, it returns most of this energy to the system. Tunnel systems will be shared by oil, water, and gas pipelines, channels for laser and microwave waveguides, electric power lines, including superconducting ones, and freight systems. Environmental and economic benefits are substantial, and the technology for building and operating the system exists. Although the VHST was never to be developed for the benefit of the public,
It was, nonetheless, quietly constructed beneath our feet for military application. There now exists a vast network of subterranean tunnels through which an electromagnetoleviton train, or maglev train, passes at speeds in excess of Mach 2. The maglev train, suspended on electromagnetic waves 3/4 of an inch above a monorail, and moving faster than the speed of sound through a near frictionless vacuum, is able to traverse the distance between Los Angeles and New York City precisely as the Rand Corporation predicted in under 30 minutes. As unbelievable as it sounds, maglev technology is not science fiction, and is even now finally being considered for above-ground civilian application, though with inferior speed capabilities. The secret construction of both the VHST and the DUMS that they network together was made possible by top-secret nuclear-powered tunnel boring machines called subterraneans, the patents for which, coincidentally, were filed in 1972 by scientists working at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Due to the advanced technology employed in these machines, exceptionally large tunnels can be made at incredible speeds without generating residual debris. In his book, Underground Bases and Tunnels, Dr. Richard Sauter explains, nuclear subterraneans work by moving the way through the rock and soil, actually vitrifying it as they go, and leaving a neat, solidly glass-lined tunnel behind them. The heat is supplied by a compact nuclear reactor that circulates liquid lithium from the reactor core to the tunnel face, where it melts the rock. In the process of melting the rock, the lithium loses some of its heat. It is then circulated back along the exterior of the tunneling machine to help cool the vitrified rock as the tunneling machine forces its way forward. The cooled lithium then circulates back to the reactor where the whole cycle starts over. In this way, the nuclear subterrane slices through the rock like a nuclear-powered 2,000 degree Fahrenheit earthworm boring its way deep underground. The United States Atomic Energy Commission and the United States Energy Research and Development Administration took out patents in the 1970s for nuclear subterranes. The first patent in 1972 went to the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission. The nuclear subterrane had an advantage over mechanical tunnel boring machines in that it produces no muck that must be disposed of by conveyors, trains, trucks, etc. This greatly simplifies tunneling. The underground base at Mount Weather is an impressive facility, but it is by no means the largest or the deepest beneath the soils of the United States. The construction of modern DUMS employs technology vastly superior to what was available in the 1950s. We now have the capability to build veritable cities over 10 miles below the surface of the Earth, completely undetected by the public. Massive multi-level complexes have been constructed in secret with funding from the black budget, literally right under our noses, out of sight and out of mind. In fact, at this present time, according to inside sources, there are over 200 deep underground military bases in the United States alone, and many more in various countries all over the planet. In light of this incredible reality, a glaring question presents itself. How can something so vast, expensive, and ubiquitous be kept secret for so long? In other words, where are the whistleblowers? Enter Phil Schneider. For 17 years, Phil Schneider, an accomplished geologist, structural engineer, and explosives expert, worked on black budget projects for the United States military and multinational private contractors. factors. Possessing a level 3 security clearance, Riley 38, and a near genius level IQ, Phil was versatile in many capacities, but his primary occupation involved the design and construction of deep underground military bases, including some of the most infamous installations on the planet, such as the Area 51 and S4 facilities in Nevada, as well as the Los Alamos and Dulce facilities in New Mexico. After discovering a nefarious conspiracy involving an alleged collusion between factions inside the United States military and a technologically advanced non-human race living in the caverns of the earth, Phil felt betrayed by the leaders of the country he loved and summarily discontinued work with the military. Disillusioned with the government and enraged at the assassination of his colleagues working in black projects and of his closest friend, Ron Rummel, Phil Schneider decided to break his oath of silence and disclose the top secret activities in which he had been intimately enveloped for so many years. From 1994 to 1996, he lectured all across the country, even under a constant threat of death. In fact, in his final year on the lecture circuit, Phil survived 13 separate assassination attempts involving firefights, car chases, and hand-to-hand combat. However, sadly, the 14th attempt on his life would succeed. On January 17th, 1996, Phil Schneider was found dead in his apartment in Wilsonville, Oregon. He was brutally tortured and then, with his hands bound behind his back, was slowly asphyxiated by a catheter tied around his neck. Although Phil's death was dubiously declared to be a suicide, all of the material evidence he carried with him on the lecture circuit, including official documents proving his allegations, along with photographs and fragments of secret alloys used in reverse-engineered military craft, were missing. Besides all of this, Phil had lost the index and middle finger on his left hand in the bizarre incident. There was simply no way that he could have tied the catheter tight enough around his own neck to kill himself. For telling the truth, Phil Schneider paid the ultimate price. So rather than cite his testimony, I will let Phil speak for himself.
I'm Phil Schneider. I spent 17 years in black budget programs, government geologist, as an engineer, structural engineer with aerospace applications. Self-taught metallurgist, became kind of famous in my own right. I basically would have a set of notes here, but they're unavailable. All this melee. Up here I have different artifacts explaining some of them are alien metals that have been produced both on this planet and the confines of outer space. Are now used in all stealth aircraft. So all stealth aircraft, for instance, all black jets, what you're seeing of black helicopters and the like, the skins and the coatings and the residues are used predominantly in the aircraft themselves, in the airframes and the rotor blades and the fans, and in some cases in submarines, special titanium hulls, Phoenix-class submarines now. All this comes from alien technology. 1947 is what the public has been told. Something crashed in the backyard in New Mexico, a place called Roswell, New Mexico. Unfortunately, that's what the public's been told. The military's known about the alien question for the better part of 70 years, and they first saw their glimpse of what was going on as early as 1909 in the American Southwest. Army cavalry evidently were chasing some bandits, and they entered this cave. They were holed up in a cave, and what we found in there was flying discs and and little gray guys and all kinds of weird things. And they didn't know how to explain that, and they wrote them down as best they could. And it's been in secret archives ever since. That's something it's in down by the Truth or Consequences area of New Mexico. Well, the alien thing is more than just what I call a non-visible threat. We on the surface, first of all information dealing with alien or alien reproduced technology or alien reproduced vehicles or any other kinds of things well hidden from the American public. Our black budget, for instance, garners $1.023 trillion every 2 years. It's over $500 billion a year. Right now, there are 151 active deep underground military bases in the United States. There's 1,477 of them worldwide. Each one has an average cost of $17 to $19 billion. Each one is built in the site. It used to be it'd take a year to 2 years to build each one, and now they're capable of building a couple of them a year with sophisticated methods. My colleague Al has actually been on some of the railways, the magneto-leviton trains that connect all the deep underground military bases within the United States. He's been on a Mach 2 train and floats off of a single rail, pretty much off the rail, and is what you call high tech. We have nothing like this on the surface. The public basically has been totally lied to. We're considered stupid or even moronic in some cases. It's going to stop. I have actual crashed retriever mill from Roswell, New Mexico. It was given to me when I was 14 years old. For instance, I've got other things. I've got pieces of titanium, a special titanium alloy made for everything from the original SR-71 Blackbird, it's old hat now. F-117A is their old hat now. They're making a whole new class of hypersonic above Mach 5 aircraft that employ extremely modern charged particle beam weapons. They don't even use lasers anymore. Computer-enhanced imaging radar, although it's used in helicopters for public surveillance, computer-enhanced imaging radar, and satellite technology. The brand new kid on the block is a kind of infrared technology where a satellite at 150,000 miles out in a geosynchronous orbit, or not quite geosynchronous orbit, but these fly satellites can literally look in and see a dime on the floor, let's say on your kitchen floor. They have a resolution factor 99.9999. This particular piece of metal, I'm going to drop it on the floor here, it'll kind of ring like a bell. You can't break it. Withstand temperatures in excess of 7,500 degrees Fahrenheit. It has niobium in it. It also has mironite in it, element 123. Yeah, please. It's in a non-crystalline form that's just kind of a dripping out of the main crucible. Here's a crystalline example. It's in a scalenohydrocrystalline form. Got this from large phase technology. This is grown in the confines of outer space, which has not quite a super vacuum, but by the way, this is capable of withstanding temperatures in 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's great for certain parts of aircraft. This kind of material I work with on a daily basis. Up here we have a transparency of Room Lake. Room Lake is where the infamous Area 51 S4, S2, a CIA base. It was originally a bombing range, a nuclear test site. It was later become the most secret base in the United States. It employs over 18,000 workers who work in shifts of 12 hours a whack. Most of them working in cover of darkness, like us. We built 9 underground military bases there, each with an average capacity capable of basically a city underground, roughly 4.25 cubic mile hollowed out underground. They have boring machines, for instance. They don't bore, they literally vitrify and melt the rock, deflagrate the rock. It's a very sophisticated laser melting and deflagrating system. Reduce the rock to a powder and melts the remaining rock as a coating on the inside of the base, so you don't have to use gunite, cements, and other kinds of things like that. All old hat now. Technology is just basically the new technology we get is the old hat of the military. I don't want to be real beef about it. I carried a level 1 security clearance, the Riley 38 factor. There are very few of us. There's nobody except my knowledge that's talking like this. Nobody. I'm breaking the law. I'm breaking all this old federal law, coming out and even talking about this to a group of people. I love my country more than I love my life. 2 weeks ago, I was shot in the shoulder. I want to glory you women out, but I was shot in the shoulder up here. I recently have become friends of a retired FBI agent who took me under the wing. He says, I've never seen a person braver than you. And I said, well, there's more coming. Our patriot movement in these United States will pick up the ball, and we are going to kick the parasites out. I'm going to be real blunt about it. The government that is now in the cell, again, ruling over us, or ruling as we're serfs, and they're the kings and queens. Now, that's a feudal system. That isn't even a democracy. We are now being ruled by an autocracy and technocracy. In other words, technical knowledge as rules is king, with a feudal type system. Feudal systems haven't been used in the last 350 years, and they're coming back like gangbusters. If we are complacent, if we do not speak out in droves, and I'm not just talking about me, I'm talking about a bunch of us getting together and getting on the stump and loving our country more than we love our lives, getting on, some of us are going to get killed. I was killed a couple of weeks ago. Hadn't been for an FBI, a retired FBI man to risk his life, his career, everything, put it all on line. He didn't know me from Adam. A week prior to that, he listened to one of my tapes I gave up in Post Falls, Idaho, and I'm going to be very blunt about it. He said that we need a lot more of you, but unfortunately we're not getting anybody. In working with projects, I was very loyal. I was picked because I was very strong mentally. There's a bunch of us that were picked because we don't crack under pressure. We don't freak under pressure, so to speak. Everyday events don't bother us. Now, I was involved in something very controversial, almost totally unbelievable to most of you. During the unbelievable part, I was involved in building another base inside of Dulce, New Mexico, which is Los Alamos Laboratory. It's a biological laboratory. It's on the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa. We built an underground facility, better part of 3 cubic miles, hollowed out underground. And to the west of that, we were in the process of the early stages of building. We drilled 4 large tunnel-like holes. Some of them ran 2.5 miles under the surface. At that time, number of the original wells or drilling machines that we used were at the rate of 2 miles a day. It was very rapid. The equipment kept coming up broken. So we wanted to go down. We wanted to send somebody down there, a human observer, or human observers in this case, to find out what was going on. Well, to our total surprise, first of all, the government didn't know all about it. They didn't tell anybody. When I saw green gray and black gray people encamped inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up. First of all, I knew all about the alien agenda. I'll explain that in a few minutes. The large alien rays had been encamped there for, as best as believed possible, about 400 or 500 years. They've been one of their internal bases. And we drilled holes right on top of it. All the sinking air, all the black sooty air came right out as soon as the first hole was sunk, and all this soot came up. And, well, that's when all the hell broke loose, really, all started. Anyway, after we drilled all 4 holes, about 2 days to drill all 4 of them. And when you build an underground base, you drill 4 basic holes, and then you build soaked or crossing holes across, and you use blasting equipment, and special blasting equipment by the Elevation Rock Formation, and you literally blast out or tunnel out or deflagrate or melt rock out to build the large rooms that are required for this underground base. Well, in this process, I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and from me, elderly woman here in front was sitting a 7-foot-tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. The person the entity was absolutely horrible. I didn't waste any time reaching for my pistol. At that time, as an engineer, I didn't have time to carry all the folder, all the one of these big submachine guns that all the seats for any help and all the outer perimeter, inner perimeter security people carried. I carried a little Walter PDA pistol with a 9-shot clip. This is in late August of 1979. Now, you got a regular set of clothes, you got a regular clothes on, plus you're in a spacesuit environment, and you're reaching for a gun. It's not the easiest thing to do, and then to pop a clip in it and start shooting. And I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die. However, in the process, one of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this looping hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. And burned my fingers right off me. And it was some form of electrical force because kind of like being hit by a lightning bolt, burned all my toenails off me. Really crispy crittered my left foot. Burned the shoe right off of me. All I remember is the smoking remains. I'm still conscious, but out of, I didn't remember much. And there was a green beret that was right behind me. Risked his life. In fact, he died. But he risked his life. He shoved me back in the back and hit the button and took me up. And I'm alive talking to you today. If it wasn't for him, I'm forever indebted. He lost his life. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, crack troops lost their lives against the government. Our United States government lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat. There's a war underneath there, and I'm talking dead serious. Now, it gets to the big question. If all this has been hidden from us, everybody says, well, where's the proof? I've got some of the proof laying on the table. But a lot of you probably are totally skeptical. They say, well, I could be anything. In my hand here, I have a piece of what's called corbamite. It's the heaviest element in the world. Element 140. This piece of material weighs 15 ounces. It's 3.5 times the weight of uranium. It cannot be made to emit gamma rays. It cannot be isotoped. It is totally stable. It is used in all stealth aircraft and all Phoenix-class submarines. When combined with other alien elements, it is impregnable. It cannot be melted with charged particle beam weapon. When properly combined in secretive compounds, it can withstand temperatures in excess of 10 million degrees Fahrenheit. A particular piece of metal is an amazing piece of technology. It's capable of being grown in 15 different crystal systems. Now, I'm a geologist, and prior to 15 or 20 years ago, knew of only 6 crystal systems. There's actually 15 to count all the alien metals. Now, this is only element 140. If you look at the local periodic table in your local library, it says 104. Somewhere down the line, we've been lied to, we've been cheated. What we have to do is we have to literally ask for the truth. We cannot ask for the truth, we must demand the truth. We must take it before courts of law and common law systems, and we must demand it. After the great firefight, the alien-human war, I am the only living survivor talking about it worldwide at all. Only one. The other 2 are in nursing homes in Canada, and the Canadian government refuses to allow any U.S. people, including myself, to talk to them because they are afraid of kidnapping. Probably the reason I got shot to pieces and 11 attempts on my life is I am a direct threat to the entire system. The New World Order, the alien agenda is one and the same. It's world takeover and the decimation of the population of this planet. I'm going to tell you something a little bit different about the alien species. The bad news ones, there are 9 races of alien populations. To look at a human being as a bag of food. They're not cannibals, they don't eat the flesh and the bones and all that stuff. They use the glandular secretions of animals and human beings as a mixture of the vitamins for their food. They get high off of our adrenal gland substances called adrenal coral. It's something like cocaine to them. Now, what can we do about it? Right now, if we do nothing, we can do nothing about it, and it'll continue to go on. Basically, we'll be led in the dark, and you'll keep seeing more and more people disappear. Right now, there's 100,000 children totally unaccountable through FBI archives, cannot be traced anywhere. They haven't been murdered. Nobody's ever seen them. I think they're hauled underneath in some of these bases, and they are summarily done away with, and they are literally eaten. Now, that is a scary thing indeed. Area 51 has only one base, one of the 131 bases. Of these 131 bases, I call Area 51 a mega base. It's got more than one base in it. It's Tonopah Test Range, Area 51, S2, S4, Groom Lake, and a host of others. Now, these mega bases are gobbling up our gross national product. Right now, we're spending 28% of the gross national product on building underground bases solely. That doesn't count for the defense budget. That doesn't count for the spare parts budget. It doesn't count for any of that at all. And the black budget is dead wrong. It sidesteps the United States Congress and its Constitution of the people and says you're a bunch of morons you don't need to know. A need-to-know basis is an executive order written during the Eisenhower era right after the created 1954 treaty and is treasonous and illegal in this country and should be overturned and abolished. I have a young family. I have an ex-wife and child. Defense Intelligence Agency goons tried to kidnap my daughter not too long ago. My ex-wife being working in the state government services in Oregon. picked up her .22 handgun, shoved it in the back of the neck of this one person. Give me my daughter back. If I don't, I pull the trigger. Give the daughter back. Good choice. Now, the remark that my ex-wife had to say to this individual was, if I ever see you again in any way, shape, or form, I will kill you on sight. You're an abuser of children, therefore I suffer to you that you should not live. By the way, she threatened a federal agent. She should be in jail. Blah, blah, blah. Nothing like that's happened. These people don't want publicity. I shot a federal agent 16 days ago. Shot him dead when I was bleeding to death with a shoulder wound that he shot. Make a shot at a retired FBI agent who theoretically it carries the same covering as a Secret Service agent. Got protection forever. He's a cop forever, federal cop forever. Now, that doesn't mean a whole lot. I made a report and went to the FBI.
So you're saying I can ask this cat any question? The cat is connected to the computer. Just ask the questions.
Go back to what I was showing. Oh, oops, didn't know. There it is.
Doesn't mean a whole lot. I made a report and went to the FBI. Do you realize that, you know what they said? They said, things like this happen, Mr. Schneider. We don't either believe you, I'm using that as my own italics, or we don't give a damn. Now, something's wrong here. I'm not beating this way. I defended myself to the best of my ability. I was trying to go through life without doing anything. And maybe some of you have actually defended your own life in similar fashion. It's very sad to have to shoot or kill somebody. Maybe some of you were police officers and have had to do the same. I don't know if you ever kill a human being. You're never the same as a person who never has killed a human being. It is you for the rest of your days. Whether you do it in war, whether you do it in murder, whether you do it in self-defense, you have taken one of God's holy creations off this planet. And there is a void there. And I feel that, and I'm very sorry for that. But I had to defend myself. Otherwise, I would be here. My message must continue. I'm doing it on my own money. And I'll continue to do it. As long as it takes. As long as I've got to live. I've got cancer. I'm dying. The radioactive substance that I got hit with in 1979, late August of 79. It's a similar form of aplastic anemia. It affects your blood and your bones. So my bones are extremely brittle right now. Don't give her. The government never told me about that, by the way. We're serfs, and they're the kings and queens. Now, that's a feudal system. That isn't even a democracy. We are now being ruled by an autocracy and a technocracy. In other words, technocracy technical knowledge as rules as king with a feudal type system. Feudal systems have been used in the last 350 years, and they're coming back like gangbusters. If we are complacent, if we do not speak out in droves, and I'm not just talking about me, I'm talking about a bunch of us getting together and getting on the stump and loving our country more than we love our lives, getting on, some of us are going to get killed. I almost got killed a couple of weeks ago. Hadn't been for an FBI, a retired FBI man, who risked his life, his career, everything, put it all on the line, and he didn't know me from Adam. A week prior to that, he listened to one of my tapes I gave up in Post Falls, Idaho, and I'm going to be very blunt about. He said that we need a lot more of you, but unfortunately we're not getting anybody. In working with the Black Projects, I was very loyal. I was picked because I was very strong mentally. There's a bunch of us that were picked because we don't crack under pressure. We don't freak under pressure, so to speak. Everyday events don't bother us. Now, I was involved in something very controversial, almost totally unbelievable to most of you. During the unbelievable part, I was involved in building another base inside of Dulce, New Mexico, which is Los Alamos Laboratory. It's a biological laboratory. It's on the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa. We built an underground facility, about part of 3 cubic miles, all of that underground. And to the southwest of that, we were in the process of the early stages of building. We drilled 4 large tunnel-like holes. Some of them ran 2.5 miles under the surface. Number of the original wells or drilling machines that we used were at the rate of 2 miles a day. It was fairly rapid. The equipment kept coming up broken, so we wanted to go down. I wanted to send somebody down there, a human observer, or human observers in this case, find out what was going on. Well, to our total surprise, first of all, the government knew all about it. They didn't tell anybody. When I saw Green Beret and Black Beret people encamped inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up. The gig was up. First of all, I knew all about the alien agenda. I'll explain that in a few minutes. The large alien grays had been encamped there for as best as believed possible about 400 or 500 years. It had been one of their internal bases. And we'd drilled holes right on top of it. All the stinking air, all the black sooty air came right out as soon as one of the first hole was up, and all this soot came up. Well, that's when all hell broke loose, really, all started. Anyway, after we drilled all 4 holes, it about 2 days to drill all 4 of them. And when you build an underground base, you drill 4 basic holes, and you build called stopes or cross-member holes across, and you use blasting equipment, special blasting equipment by the analysis of the rock formation, and you literally blast out or tunnel out or deflagrate rock out to build the large rooms that are required for this underground base. Well, in this process, I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and about from me to this elderly woman here in the front was sitting a 7-foot tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. The person the entity was absolutely horrible. I didn't waste any time to reach for my pistol. At that time, I was an engineer. I didn't have time to carry all the folder, all of one of these big submachine guns and all the sea spray and the yellow fruit and all the outer perimeter and inner perimeter security people carried. I carried a little Walter PPK pistol with a 9-shot clip. This is in late August of 1979. Now, you got a regular suit of clothes, you got a regular clothes on, plus you're in almost like a spacesuit environment, you're reaching for a gun, it's not the easiest thing to do, and then to pop a clip gun. And so shooting. And I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal and they do die. However, in the process, one of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. And burnt my fingers right off of me. And it was some form of electrical force because kind of like being hit by a lightning bolt, burned all my toenails off of me. Completely crispy crittered my left foot. Burnt the shoe right off of me. All I remember is the smoking remains, and I'm still conscious, but in and out of, I didn't remember much. And there was a Green Beret that was right behind me that risked his life. He died. But he risked his life. He shoved me back in the bass and hit the button and took me up. And I wouldn't be alive talking to you today. Working for him. I'm forever indebted. He lost his life. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, crack troops lost their lives. Our United States government lied to not tell us anything about the alien threat. There's a war underneath there, and I'm talking dead serious. Now, it gets to the big question. If all this has been hidden from us, everybody says, well, where is the proof? I've got some of the proof laying on the table. But a lot of you probably are really skeptical. They say, well, I could be anything. In my hand here, I have a piece of what's called corbamite. It's the heaviest element in the world. Element 140. This piece of material weighs 15 ounces. It's 3.5 times the weight of uranium. It cannot be made to emit gamma rays. It cannot be isotoped. It is totally stable. It is used in all stealth aircraft and all Phoenix-class submarines. When combined with other alien elements, it is impregnable. It cannot be melted with charged particle beam weapon. When properly combined in secretive compounds, it can withstand temperatures in excess of 10 million degrees Fahrenheit. This particular piece of metal is an amazing piece of technology. It's capable of being grown in 15 different crystal systems. Now, I'm a geologist, and I, prior to 15 or 20 years ago, knew of only 6 crystal systems. There's actually 15 if you count all the alien metals. Now, this is only element 140. If you look at the local periodic table in your local library, it says 104. Somewhere down the line, we've been lied to, we've been cheated. What we have to do is we have to literally ask for the truth. If we cannot ask for the truth, we must demand the truth. We must take it before courts of law and common law systems, and we must demand it. After the great firefight, the alien-human war, I am the only living survivor talking about it worldwide at all. No one. The other 2 are in nursing homes in Canada, and the Canadian government refuses to allow any U.S. people, including myself, to talk to them because they are afraid of kidnapping. Probably the reason I got shot to pieces and 11 attempts on my life is I am a direct threat to the entire system. The New World Order, the alien agenda is one and the same. It's world takeover and the decimation of the population of this planet. I'm going to tell you something a little bit different about the alien species. The bad news ones, there are 9 races of alien populations. To look at a human being as a bag of food. They're not cannibals. They don't eat the flesh and the bones and all that kind of stuff. They used the glandular secretions of animals and human beings as a mixture of the vitamins for their food. They get high off of our adrenal gland substances called adrenal chrome. It's something like cocaine to them. Now, what can we do about it? Right now, if we do nothing, we can do nothing about it, and it'll continue to go on. Basically, we'll be led in the dark, and you'll keep seeing more and more people disappear. Right now, there's 100,000 children totally unaccountable through FBI archives, cannot be traced anywhere. They haven't been murdered. Nobody's ever seen them. I think they're hauled underneath in some of these bases, and they are summarily done away with, and they're literally eaten. Now, that is a scary thing indeed. Area 51 is only one base, one of 131 bases. Of these 131 bases, I call Area 51 a mega base. It's got more than one base in it. It's Tonopah Test Range, Area 51, S2, S4, Room Lake, and a host of others. Now, these mega bases are gobbling up our gross national product. Right now, we're spending 28% of the gross national product on building underground bases solely. That doesn't count for the defense budget. That doesn't count for the spare parts budget. It doesn't count for any of that at all. And the black budget is dead wrong. It sidesteps the United States Congress and its Constitution of its people and says you're a bunch of morons you don't need to know. Well, a need-to-know basis is an executive order written during the Eisenhower era right after the created 1954 treaty and is treasonous and illegal in this country and should be overturned and abolished. I have a young family. I have an ex-wife and child. Defense Intelligence Agency goons tried to kidnap my daughter not too long ago. My ex-wife, being working in state government services in Oregon, picked up her .22 handgun, shoved it in the back of the neck of this one person. Give me my daughter back. If I don't, I pull the trigger. Gave the daughter back. Good choice. Now, the remark that my ex-wife had to say to this individual was, if I ever see you again in any way, shape, or form, I will kill you on sight. You're an abuser of children, therefore I suffer you that you should not live. By the way, she threatened a federal agent. She should be jailed. Well, nothing like that's happened. These people don't want publicity. I shot a federal agent 16 days ago. Shot him dead when I was bleeding to death with a shoulder wound. He shot me. He had shot at a retired FBI agent. Well, theoretically, it carries the same covering as a Secret Service agent. Got protection forever. He's a cop forever, federal cop forever. Now, that doesn't mean a whole lot. I made a report and went to the FBI. You realize that, you know what they said? They said, things like this happen, Mr. Schneider. We don't either believe you, I'm using that as my own italics, or we don't give a damn. Now, something's wrong here. I'm not reading this right. I defend myself. That's my ability. I was hoping I could go through life without doing such a thing. Some of you have actually defended your own life in a similar fashion. It's very sad you have to shoot or kill somebody. Maybe some of you were police officers. Do the same. I don't know if you ever kill a human being, you're never the same as a person. Never is a human being. Is you for the rest of your days. Whether you do it in war, whether you do it in murder, whether you do it in self-defense, division, one of God's holy creations off this planet. And there is a void there. And I feel that, and I'm very sorry about that. But I had to defend myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. My message must continue. I'm doing it on my own money. And I can continue to do it. As long as it takes. As long as I've got to live. I've got cancer, I'm dying. The radioactive substance that I got hit with in 1979, late August of 79, it's a similar form of aplastic anemia that affects your blood and your bones. So my bones are extremely brittle right now. No cure. The government never told me about that, by the way.
The testimony of Schneider is simply too incredible for you to believe. Consider this. Men are not assassinated unless they pose a legitimate threat to someone. Those who are conspiring in secret beneath our feet, subverting our laws and dancing with the devil, will go to any length to conceal their deeds and will eliminate anyone who dares pull back the curtains and expose the works of darkness, the emancipated light of truth. Finally, I am compelled to bring this analysis to a conclusion with two verses from the Bible. Woe to those who seek deep counsel far from the Lord, and their works are dark. Say, who sees us, and who knows us? My eyes are on all their ways. They are not hidden from my face, nor is their iniquity hidden from my eyes. Imagine a soldier that can outrun any animal on the planet, carry hundreds of pounds with ease, see in the dark without night vision goggles, communicate telepathically with his squadron, go weeks without eating or sleeping, regenerate limbs lost on the battlefield, and be completely controlled, mind and body, by military technicians thousands of miles away. Does this sound like science fiction to you? If so, then you're not living in the real world. For many years now, the Pentagon has been feverishly competing in a secret 21st century arms race, a vast array of covert technologies that are presently under development is a new kind of soldier, a genetically modified and artificially enhanced superhuman fighting machine that will dominate the battlefields of the future. The engineering of these super soldiers is not only a top priority for the Pentagon, but for every major military force around the globe, including that of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Russia, China, and Israel. The Pentagon has been intentionally feeding information to the public concerning the more innocuous and peripheral technologies under development, such as the famous Big Dog Squad Support Robot, which has been featured extensively in many mainstream news broadcasts. The most dynamic, dangerous, and nefarious developments have been carefully concealed deep inside black budget projects, with classifications so high that not even the President of the United States has the clearance to access them. These are the projects involving morally questionable procedures that private military contractors do not want instructed in public debate. Procedures involving cross-species genetics, cybernetics, and mind control, to name a few. In his seminal book, Zenith 2016, Tom Horn writes the following concerning the race to engineer super soldiers. The United States could be forced into a large-scale species-altering output, including human enhancement for military purposes. This is based on solid military intelligence, which suggests that America's competitors and potential enemies are privately seeking to develop the same in this century and use it to dominate the U.S. again. This worrisome government think tank scenario is even shared by the Jasons, the celebrated scientists on the Pentagon's most prestigious scientific advisory panel, who now perceive mankind 2.0 as the next arms race. Just as the old Soviet Union and the United States with their respective allies competed for supremacy in nuclear arms following the Second World War through the 1980s, what is now commonly known as the nuclear arms race during the Cold War. The Jasons are worried about adversaries' ability to exploit advances in human sense modification and thus create a threat to national security. Military analyst Noah Shopman and top Pentagon scientists fear brain-modified foes. What exactly does human performance modification mean? And what is mankind 2.0? The answer to these questions can be defined by one term: transhumanism. In a nutshell, transhumanism refers to the pivotal transition between humanity's current evolutionary state, mankind 1.0, to a new transcendent, constantly evolved post-human state, mankind 2.0. Transhumanists advocate intentional upgrade of our species by every and any means available, including cross-species genetic modification, i.e. human-animal hybridization, and cybernetic integration, i.e. human cyborgization. The transhuman philosophy posits that by blending human beings with both animals and machines, we can acquire extraordinary superhuman capabilities, such as the ability to regrow lost limbs like a starfish, for example, or the ability to see in infrared with a thermal scope attachment integrated directly into the eye cavity. The moral banner of the transhumanist movement is to improve the human condition through self-enhancement. But in truth, the ultimate goal is not merely to improve the human condition, but to transcend it and become immortal. In other words, to apotheosize into gods. There is, of course, nothing new about this philosophy. It is the principal tenet of the oldest religion on the planet, Luciferianism. For the transhumanist, there are no moral barriers to this agenda, only technological ones, and they are falling fast. It is crucial to understand that transhumanism is not science fiction, but an unstoppable inevitability, even now manifesting into reality through the facilitation of a major technological institution on the planet, including the U.S. Department of Defense, as author Steve Quayle notes in his mind-blowing book, Xenogenesis. One rather strange player in the push towards transhumanism is the U.S. Department of Defense's DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. On paper, DARPA works on military projects. In practice, the agency develops much of the equipment and techniques that may prove instrumental for the creation of robotic equipment and the transformation of human beings in very profound ways. Because of its unprecedented military application, the development of a genetically enhanced cybernetic soldier is well underway and progressing at an alarming rate. Tom Horn explains. Having taken the lead in human enhancement studies as a U.S. military objective decades ago, DARPA saw the writing on the wall and began investing billions of American tax dollars into the Pentagon's Frankensteinian dream of super soldiers and extended performance warfighter programs. Not only has this research led to diagrams of soldiers with hormonal, neurological, and genetic concoctions implanting microchips and electrodes in their bodies to control their internal organs and brain functions, and plying them with drugs that deaden some of their normal human tendencies, the need for sleep, the fear of death, and reluctance to kill their fellow human beings. But as Chris Floyd, in an article for Counterpunch a while back, continued, some of the research now underway involves actually altering the genetic code of soldiers, modifying bits of DNA to fashion a new type of human specimen, one that functions like a machine, killing tirelessly for days and nights on end. Mutations that will revolutionize the contemporary order of battle and guarantee operational dominance across the whole range of potential U.S. military employments. But far from the iconic all-American good guy portrayed in Marvel Comics' genetically enhanced super soldier Captain America, the Pentagon's real version will be a calloused, ruthless, mind-controlled killing machine capable of committing extreme atrocities without the slightest moral impediment. Evidence for this can be found in the government's intense obsession with behavioral modification and brainwashing, clearly demonstrated in the infamous CIA projects designated MKUltra and Monarch. One of the most crucial elements to engineering a functional super soldier is full compliance with order, no matter how contrary to one's own consciousness. Skeptics will, of course, accuse me of sensationalism and over-exaggeration. But as much as their uninformed cynicism would like to object, the proof is in the pudding. And in this case, the pudding consists of a bizarre solicitation posted in 2013 by DARPA on the government's Federal Small Business Innovation Research website. The title of the solicitation reads, Advanced Tools for Mammalian Genome Engineering. The project's objective is defined as follows. Improve the utility of human artificial chromosomes, HACs, by developing new selectable metabolic markers for use in human cells, new high-fidelity methods for inserting DNA constructs of at least 50,000 base pairs in length into defined genomic loci, and new methodologies for facile intercellular genome transplantation. What should surprise you about this stated objective is the term human artificial chromosomes, or HACs, as they are called. Most people do not realize that we already have the technological platform in place through which radical alterations to the human genome can be implemented. A synthetic 47th chromosome. While there exists an extensive grocery list of known Defense Department projects related to the engineering of super soldiers currently under development, this particular project is the most revealing as to where all of this is heading. Understand that according to the document, HACs have the capacity to contain extremely large segments of DNA, potentially up to or surpassing 1 million base pairs. Although this Defense Department project purports to be primarily concerned with the, quote, development of advanced therapeutics, vaccines, and cellular diagnostics, as well as for basic biological and biomedical research, end quote, one cannot ignore the basic premise of the objective.
It's not quite up there with the 1940s Roswell incident. The cow mutilations of the 70s remain one of New Mexico's biggest mysteries. Now there's a new book about it, and the author says he knows exactly what happened to all those cows. News 13's Amanda Goodman has the story. Amanda?
Jess, the book was written by the son of the lead New Mexico State Police investigator. Warning, some images are graphic.
A lot of the cattle were found with broken bones. They were found with harness marks because they were being lifted in some type of harness or clamp marks on their hooves or legs.
That was life for ranchers in northern New Mexico in the mid to late 1970s. Cows were turning up dead, their carcasses mutilated, and no one knew why.
People need to know what really happened.
hopefully this book will set the record straight.
Greg Valdez is the author of Dulce Base, a new book about the cow mutilations. His dad, Gabe Valdez, was the lead investigator on the case for state police back in the 70s. The book is made up of his old case files.
The evidence in the book will show humans were involved in the mutilation.
Officer Valdez's theory that government agencies were snatching the cattle for super secret cold war experiments in an underground base in Dulce.
Ranchers would routinely see them at night, before they went to bed, and then the next morning they would find them in the field of the pasture.
Officer Valdez believed these government agencies returned the cattle to perpetuate the theory that aliens were responsible, to shield themselves from suspicion.
So more people look in the wrong direction and toward aliens and stuff that's not supported by evidence, no one ever get held accountable, and it will just be a mystery.
It's a move Valdez's son says has worked for the last 4 decades, and something he hopes the book will turn into.
Someone should be held accountable.
Some of the other theories about what happened to the cattle included alien abductions, that the cows simply died of natural causes and predators were responsible for the mutilation. Valdez says all evidence suggests humans were the ones responsible.
Okay, Amanda, Gabe Valdez died 2 years ago. His son says he doesn't think the government will ever own up to what really happened.
They are followed by his responses. Question: when exactly was the upper human-occupied level of the Arculeta installation constructed? Answer: I heard this was started in 1937 to 1938 by the Army engineers, enlarged over the years. Most recent work was completed in 1965 to 1966 to connect tunnels to the Page, Arizona base, site of one of the older underground facilities. The Four Corners base is called Perica. Most Native Americans, the Indians living in the area, are aware of that base and could tell us about the underground life forms that frequently are spotted near those, Bigfoot, etc. Note, the references to the Dulce base here deal mainly with the upper levels, not the extreme lower levels, which include vast natural caverns and, some believe, very ancient tunnel systems as well. This would include the tunnels illuminated by phosphorus pentoxide, which the alien rays avoid, and the origin of which is unknown. In fact, sources have informed us that some of the underground north facilities of Colorado were constructed within or in existing cavern systems, suggesting that Ray Palmer and Richard Shaver were correct Wesley in the mid-1940s. They wrote about the government search for ancient underground cave and tunnel systems to be converted for their own use. Brandon, question: by what means was the upper installations constructed? Are you familiar with the alleged developments made by the Rand Corporation of highly efficient or mobile machine capable of melting rock using nuclear-powered Wolfram graphite tip drill cones? Answer: according to several senior maintenance workers, part of it was blasted by nuclear devices in the 60s. There are sections like tunnels that were formed by an advanced tunneling machine that leaves the tunnel walls smooth. The finished walls in those tubes resemble polished black glass. Question: why was the Dulce installation originally constructed? Answer: nature started the caverns. Draco-reptilian humanoids used the caverns and tunnels for centuries. Later, through Rand Corporation plans, it was enlarged repeatedly. The original caverns included ice caves and sulfur springs that the aliens found perfect for their needs. The Dulce caverns rival Carlsbad caverns in size. Note, Carlsbad caverns and especially the adjacent Lechigilla caves are officially among the largest and deepest in the world, with several leads that remain to be explored by professionals. Paleontologists. Branson, question: what exactly are the cattle and human organs such as blood, anal tissue, eyes, reproductive organs, tongues, etc. used for? That is, the organs obtained via cattle and human mutilations. Answer: read the so-called papers for more information. Question: are the various electromagnetically controlled aerospace craft that have been seen leaving from and arriving at Mount Archula? Answer: manned by humans. The alien entities. Well, answer: Arculeta Mesa is a minor area. The craft leave and are stored in 5 areas. One is SCF Dulce, one near Durango Company, one at House NM, and the main fleet is stored at LOS Allen was under. Note, I believe Thomas Costello is referring to the Joint Operational Fleet. From combined sources, however, it appears as if Dulce is absolutely surrounded on all sides. by alien bases, and that Arculeta, although apparently the central nexus of the entire underground network, is nevertheless just one part of an overall complex that some claim is nearly the size of Manhattan. One source has indicated that there are chambers a few hundred feet below the very town of Dulce itself that are part of level 1 of the facility. This close proximity may explain why it has usually been described as the Dulce base. Apparently, even with this high security clearance, Thomas Casella was only familiar with one part of the overall megacomplex which underlies the area. Whatever amount of activity is taking place there, different sources seem to indicate that the town of Dulce nevertheless lies over a major crossroads, convergence, or intersection area of alien activity, even though the core of alien activity has been extended to Los Alamos and the mountainous regions east and southeast of it and around the Santa Fe National Forest seem to be the major nest of reptiloid gray forces in North America, although there is also a large number of dense scattered throughout the networks. Area 51 Dulce seems to be a major through point for exterran and subterranean reptilian activity, a central infiltration zone for surface operatives, as well as operational base abduction, agents, and also a major convergence for subshuttle terminals, UFO ports, and so on. Brenton. Question. Others have suggested that some entities below Dulce are not of extraterrestrial origin, and that they are actually descended from saurian or reptiloid beings such as the velociraptors, or Stenonychosaurus equalis, a serpentine race or is similar presented in the 3rd chapter of the Book of Genesis. Answer. Yes, some reptiloids are native to this planet. The ruling caste of alien or reptilian, the beige or white beings are called Draco. Reptilian beings are green, and some are brown. They were an ancient race on Earth, living underground. It may have been one of the draconian beings that kept even the Garden of Eden. Reptiloids rightly consider themselves native terrans. Perhaps they are the ones we call the fallen angels. Maybe not. Either way, we are considered the squatters on Earth. Question. Some have suggested that the so-called underground ET bases and tunnels may, for a large part, be literally thousands of years old, constructions of an antediluvian race which attained to a considerable level of scientific complexity. It was destroyed by a divinely initiated cataclysm which took place after they attempted to merge their science with occult supernatural forces. For instance, some have suggested that the Bermuda Triangle phenomenon may be the result of an Atlantean experiment disaster which produced electromagnetic fallout in the triangle area and elsewhere after they had accidentally loosed powerful forces and to the world that they knew very little about. Do your observations tend to confirm or refute such a possibility? Answer. I'm not sure about the divine part, but these aliens consider themselves native terrans. Answer. Where do the little gray alien fit in question? They work for and are controlled by the Draco. There are other gray-skinned beings that are not in league with the Draco. Question. Did you ever talk to any of the aliens at the base? Answer. Since I was the senior security technician at that base, I had to communicate with them on a daily basis. If there were any problems that involved security or video cameras, I was the one they called. It was the reptilian working caste that usually did the physical labor in the lower levels. Decisions involving that caste were usually made by the White Draco. When human workers caused problems for the working caste, the reptoids went to the White Draconian boss, and the Draco called me. At times, it felt like it was a never-ending problem. Several human workers resented the no-nonsense or get-back-to-work attitude the working caste lives by. When needed, intervention became a vital tool. The biggest problem were human workers who foolishly wandered around near the off-limits areas of the alien section. I guess it's human nature to be curious and to wonder what is past the barriers. Too often someone found a way to bypass the barriers and nosed around. The cameras near the entrance usually stopped them before they got themselves in serious trouble. A few times I had to formally request the return of a human worker. Question. Are there other sites feeding to the shuttle network other than those which you mentioned? And if so, where are the entrances? Answer. Where? Everywhere. They crisscross the world as an endless subterranean highway. Like a freeway, except this one is underground. The subterranean highway in America is like a freeway except it's underground. The highway depends on electric motors for trucks, cars, and buses for the paved roads. and it is for limited travel. There is another style of transit for freight and for passengers that is for rapid travel. That worldwide network is called the subglobal system. It has checkpoints at each country entry. There are shuttle tubes that shoot the trains at incredible speeds using a maglev and vacuum method. They travel at a speed that excels the speed of sound. Part of your question involves the location of entrances to that base. The easiest way to answer is to say every state in the United States of America has them. Frequently, the entrances are camouflaged as quarries or mining operations. Other complex portals are found on military bases. New Mexico and Arizona have the largest amounts of entrances, followed by California, Montana, Idaho, Colorado, Pennsylvania, Kansas, Arkansas, and Missouri. Of all the states, Florida and North Dakota have the least amount of entrances. Wyoming has a road that opens directly into the subterranean freeway. That road is no longer in use, but could be reactivated if they decide to do so, with minimal cost. It's located near Brooks Lake. Question: are there any bases in the state of Utah? Note: Thomas mentioned several areas surrounding Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, and Idaho, where there are connections. But the one Utah, which according to some sources lies directly over one of the largest natural cavern systems in North America, one that is said to reach deep beneath the western Rockies as well as beneath the Bonneville Basin. Have you heard anything about an alleged underground installation within the Wasatch Mountains? Answer: Salt Lake, Lake Powell area, Dark Canyon, Dugway Grounds, Modena, Vernal, all have exits there. Others too. Note: there have been many rumors of ancient tunnel systems being intersected during the excavations of subasement levels below major industrial and mall areas in downtown Salt Lake City. Various stories surrounding these tunnels include explorers who have entered the tunnels and never returned, reports of lizard people down in the labyrinths, reports of grays working with humans on electronic equipment, and massive building projects going on in huge caverns beneath the mountains to the east. Reports of humans who are part of an ASEAN-based guardian team to maintain colonies within the tunnels and caverns below, and who are in conflict with the reptiloids, greys, and a group collaborating human fascists from a network of massive underground facilities beneath the Ishwabendland region of Antarctica. Reports of men in suits having been seen pacing back and forth through large underground chambers carrying a machine gun. Reports of seemingly bottom shafts, large holes strung with lights that are big enough to drive a semi-truck through. Sections of tunnel walls that look solid, yet which one could put their hands through. Rooms which emit a strange greenish phosphorescent glow. Abductees who are taken below and encounter all types of aliens. Discs that have been seen emerging from the mountains to the east and attacking incoming UFOs over the valley. Dungeons and Dragons fanatics who have been down in the tunnels and tell wild stories of hundreds of miles of maze-like passages. Reports of connections to the tunnel systems via the seaward drainage network, especially underneath the downtown crossroads area. Reports of alien activity similar to that which has been described in connection to Dulce, New Mexico, and reports of a huge cavern network that just beyond the border in all directions, a huge network that connects the underground systems of Nevada with those of New Mexico. There is a famous story which is not openly talked about. There are two versions. Both may be true. In one version, a Mormon temple worker penetrated an underground tunnel below the square in downtown Salt Lake City and traveled for some distance through a series of underground catacombs until running into a lizard-like man. The creature attempted to attack him, but the man escaped and managed to find his way back to the surface. He began telling other people what had happened, and soon afterwards the government arrived in the area and went in and closed off many of the tunnels leading to the subbasements of the temple. Presumably there was some heated debates over how much of the underground system this denomination was allowed to control. A similar dispute apparently occurred to the southwest, where the LDS Church maintained a large storage facility under Granite Mountain in Little Cottonwood Canyon within the upper levels of a vast network of caverns. Fascist CIA elements in the Greys came in and took control of the larger caverns deeper within the mountain and ordered the vault workers to stay out of the forbidden areas, as stated that the U.S. government was now using them for national security purposes and that it was their patriotic duty to maintain the secret. The other version concerned a custodian who entered a tunnel near the cinemas area below the Crossroads Mall across the street and to the south from the Temple Square. While excavation was being carried out in that part of the mall, the worker entered the tunnel and before long encountered a serpent-type man, beat a hasty retreat, and told his fellow workers what he had seen. The FBI or the local police soon arrived and sealed the tunnel. Another story involved a young man who, along with a friend, had used a chain tied to his pickup truck to rip a manhole cover in the area near the mall and the square. They navigated through a maze of sewer passages underneath and came to a shaft that descended in a series of 5 small rooms, one below the other, and from the bottom room a tunnel led south into a large chamber wherein they saw a seemingly bottomless shaft, a large southwest tunnel strung with lights and large enough to drive a semi through, and the footprints of others early pioneers and settlers of the area who explored these tunnels came in contact, in some cases even joined with some of the Telusianic Maritime Melchizedek Mayan underground colonies below the Salt Lake Flats, the Salt Lake Valley, and the Western Rockies. These subterraneans had formerly established territorial agreements with the reptiloids and Greys before the aliens began invading their subterranean lands below the Intermountain West. In the early 1900s, the treaties were part of an attempt to stave off a possible interspecies conflict as skirmishes between the humanoids, Teros, and reptiloids, Teros within a cavern network of warfare had been beating since the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. Because of a somewhat non-exclusive collective union with which these humans interacted, it was decided that one possible way to convert the reptilians into becoming beings of emotion and compassion was to allow them access to the group consciousness. The reptiloids, however, once given access, immediately began taking advantage of the collective and used it to control the humans on a subliminal basis. The ease with which this occurred may have been enhanced by the fact that the reptiloids and Greys were already operating as part of a collective or group mind, one which was far more complex than the Asher or Astartes collective itself, which many of the Martians depend on. This suggests that the reptilian collective or hive itself is absolutely void of any and all care, concern, or compassion for human beings. Individual reptiloids operating distinct from the draconian collective might, however, be tamed by other collective free humanoids in some cases, as some have reportedly been tamed by the Andropaudian worlds. If the non-humans could be severed from the collective, they might be deprogrammed and reprogrammed, so to speak, and even attain individual awareness and a degree of emotionalism. In such cases, it would not be advisable to give these creatures equal standing among humans, and absolute observance and monitoring should be enforced even if means were found to sever them from the collective mind network. When dealing with the reptilian forces, unconditional surrender should be first offered, and if this is not accepted, then direct military action would be justified, especially in light of the many permanent abductees whom the Greys and reptiloids have taken captive, those who are still alive to their underground systems. Most of the treaties that the humanoids had made with the reptiloids down under have since been broken, especially following the Groom Wars of 1975 and the Dawes Wars of 1979, during which time much of the underground U.S. based networks, which were funded by American tax dollars, by the way, were taken over by the Greys. Some sources have implied that the aliens took advantage of the chaos, especially during the Dawes Wars, and commenced to invade and conquer several of the older underground colonies. This apparently led to a rift in the Asher collective, with many humanoids and hybrids splitting off and joining with the Andropaudian Federation, non-interventionists, and many reptiloids and heartless humanoid agents splitting off and joining with the interventionists of the Draco-Royan Empire. The Sirius B system, which aside from Arcturus and Sol has been the major center of Asher activity, has since been shaken by the split between the two opposing Asherian factions, and war had reportedly raged through the Sirius system for several years, according to some contactees, an apparent reflection of the division within the underground networks of North America between the Pleiadian-backed Syrian humanoids and Orion-backed Syrian reptiloids, which both had maintained operations within the underground before the Dawes Wars broke out. The Dawes Wars were just a mere tip of the proverbial iceberg when we consider that the overall events which happened in Dawes had a chain reaction effect throughout this whole sector of not the galaxy. Before the division occurred, the reptiloids were invited to take part in peace talks and tell us sort of an act of good faith, but the reptiloid Greek collectivists were more interested in expanding their empire and feeding Their insatiable appetite for conquest meant they were making peace, although they agreed to peace treaties that they never intended to keep for Trojan horse manipulation purposes. There is a remnant elaboration such as that taking place in the underground facilities near Paradox, Nevada, where collectivist humanoids and reptiloids from Sirius and Sol still maintain a collaboration in order to establish a global control system. However, a large number of humanoids within the underground systems are at war with the collectivist interventionist reptilian infiltrators who would otherwise assimilate these humanoids into their collective through deception, espionage, and mind control. Now several contactees like Alex Collier, Ray Keller, Stan Johnson, and others are claiming that the conflicts in Sirius between the Androplyonian-backed Asher forces and the Draco Orion-backed Asher forces, which were infiltrated and commandeered by Draco Orion agents, have now spread to the Sol system, as both stellar superpowers have focused on this most strategic system, intent on protecting their respective interests here from being subverted by the other side. Branson, question. Does the MT Arculeta shuttle system connect the shuttle system which allegedly radiates from MT Shasta in Northern California? Answer. Yes. MT Shasta is a major site of alien elder race reptilian race human meetings, beginning Cleveland. Grover, every president in United States history have visited OC. Truman was supposed to have visited the lower realms as the High Archon on Earth. He was supposed to have met the king of the world there, and gave him the keys to the U.S. Note, whether or not the reigning king of the Guardian realms at the time had benevolent or other motives, subjecting America to an outside superpower without congressional consent would be considered high treason, although unelected appointed individuals working within the executive military industrial branch of government might choose to do so their own volition without congressional or senatorial consent. Such an act cannot apply to the America which is based on the Declaration of Independence, the United States Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. There are apparently two nations occupying the United States. The traditional grassroots America is established by the Founding Fathers and led by the electorate government, and the fascist Bavarian Lodge-backed underground nation led by the corporate government, which is contesting the original America on its own soil. Some predict an inevitable civil war between the electorate constitutional surplus government of the United States and the joint humanoid corporate national global socialist underground New World Order government, which incidentally was bought and paid for by American taxpayers and other unsavory money-making projects. This will apparently provoke an armed United Nations/New World Order invasion of the United States of America, which, according to George Washington's vision at Valley Forge in 1777, will ultimately end with an American victory as a result of divine intervention. Something like this may be inevitable if freedom is to be preserved on this world and beyond. We should never forget, however, that the NWO corporate elite and their draconian masters intend to depopulate the surface of this planet and the underground systems as well. According to one Navy intelligence source of 33 plus Masons, there are allegedly several degrees of the 33rd degree which interact directly with the Draconians and are part of the interplanetary initiatory lodges intend to set the left-wing caverns and the right-wing caverns against each other in order to depopulate the underground realms so that they can impose absolute Bavarian Draconian global control of both worlds. The 33 plus and higher degrees, according to the source, intend to ride out the Inferno in super-secret fortified caverns, while the 33rd and lower degree Masons and their respective left-wing and right-wing armies will be left to die in the surface and subsurface wars. It may be that some of the 33 plus Masons intend to ride out the Holocaust in the alternative 3 bases on the Moon and Mars, if those bases are still active. Remember, the roots of both the right-wing National Socialist and the left-wing Global Socialist agendas trace back to Bavaria. Isn't it interesting that a legendary dragon has two wings, the right wing and the left wing, both of which are controlled by a single beast in essence? When it comes right down to it, the war is between the Judeo-Christian-based Constitutional Republic of America and the Luciferian cult, the Socialist Empire of Bavaria. Both the right and left-wing movements are Machiavellian extremes created by the Bavarian black nobility, black hair being a reference to something hidden that cannot be seen, and masking color in order to foment global chaos. There are several claims that the collaboration with the reptilians began with the Luciferian cults of Bavaria and was later brought into America via the infiltration of the Scottish Rite and the fascist or the NSA CIA. There may have nevertheless been a reptilian presence below North America within the caverns that dates back several centuries. However, a massive reptilian infestation of these underground systems seems to have begun near the beginning of the 20th century. MT. Arculata might be considered the capital of the alien segment of the secret Bavarian Draconian New World Order government in America. Answer. With the deep underground systems beneath the Denver International Airport being the capital of the human segment of the secret government. Branton, Truman received assurance to new high technology and victory over all enemies on Earth. He then was introduced to Salmaza and Cooch, aliens from Boots and Tiffin Draco, both reptilian kings or ambassadors. Truman updated the 100 Treaty that began in 1933, Roosevelt, and requested magnetic advance, space knowledge, and experiments. Cooch agreed. Salmaza partially agreed. He exchanged hostages for genetic experiments and magnetic advance, but beat in space and beam weaponry. Question. Did you notice any involvement of high-level Freemasons, Rosicrucians, or Jesuits within the underground installation or with the aliens? The question is based on the assumption made by some researchers that many of the Masonic lodges were, beginning about 1776, infiltrated by the Bavarian Illuminati. Much of the Masonic world is ultimately controlled by the Bavarian Lodge back 33 plus degrees of Scottish Rite Masonry, a rite which early Masonic authority Rebold can be traced back to the Jesuit College at Claremont in Paris, a rite which advocates the destruction of national sovereignties in exchange for government, the destruction of religious and especially Judeo-Christian movements, and the destruction of the family structure to be replaced by state control of children, etc., as opposed to the more traditional Protestant Christianized rite of Masonry which the Scottish Rite has attempted to subvert since its inception into Masonry. This question was also based on claims from a former 33rd degree Mason, James Shaw, that the Scottish Rite headquarters in the House of the Temple, which lies at the northern apex of the pentagram-like street layout of Washington, D.C., is filled with all kinds of indications of serpent worship in the form of murals, carvings, statues, etc., depicting serpentine figures. Actually, from what my sources tell me, not only are there degrees beyond the 33rd degree, but the 33rd degree itself is made up of two cores, an inner and outer core, the 33rd degree and the 33 plus degree. In the past, when the 33rd degree initiation was reached, a potential initiate might have been given a Bible or a cross and asked to spit on it or desecrate it in some manner. If they refused to do this, they were told that they had made the right decision and remained in the outer core of the 33rd degree, thinking that they had finally arrived. If they did or do commit this form of blasphemy, then they are told that they have made the right decision, and they are sent on to the inner core of the 33 plus degree, which is the springboard to the higher levels which interact with the joint humanoid reptilian lodges or branches of the serpent cult on other planets, within underground cities, and possibly even other dimensions. One source informed me that former President George Herbert Walker Bush, who was at one time the head of MJ-12, had attained to the 42nd degree. However, he may have attained to higher level since that time. I would guess that the one who holds the highest level of initiation would be the Dragon King of Draconis himself, for whatever appellation the leader or the leaders of Draconian Empire may go by. Branson. Yes, I did, but that is a loaded question, and I won't comment further. I'm not a Mason or member of any other secret fraternal group. There is one organization I am a member of in the United States of America. The group is commonly called the Central Unit. It is a pleasure to tell you that I am a member of the Sublight League of Costa Rica. Question. Is there any truth to the allegations that the CIA/aliens have established bases on the Moon and also Mars? Answer. I've heard that too, but I haven't seen proof with my own eyes. The aliens do allegedly have bases on several moons of Jupiter and Saturn. The CIA operates in other countries, but I've never heard they operate on other planets. Note, perhaps we should have referred to the superior agency, the NSA, whose personnel reportedly piloted black-budget UFOs between the Luna and Dreamland bases. Branson. Question. Have you heard many hints or rumors suggesting that there may be lower levels beneath the ULTRA-7 level of the dull space, and also where these might lead and what they might answer? Yes, your answer is as good as mine. Sure, there was lots of talk, but that doesn't mean it's there. However, I will tell you, I saw elevators that were off limits unless you got umbrella or higher security clearance. At that base, information is applied to me at a need-to-know basis only. My clearance was LDR-7 question. Some insist that the US/secret government has developed its own discraft based largely upon top-secret anti-gravity experiments carried out by the Nazi German scientists during World War II. Have you heard anything referring to this? Answer. When I was working in photo security, heard a lot of talk, never saw the proof. But once in the Air Force, I developed a roll of film that showed a craft like a Damski's, with a swastika on the side. Note, a letter from RJM of Pennsylvania dated 13,191 stated, I have a lot of UFO videos. I also have the Secret Land 1947. It shows Bunker's Oasis and says they discovered warm land at the South Pole. One German author claims the Nazis had a photo finish fight with a bird. At the end of the movie, it says, Bird's Intrepid 4,000 met and defeated Antarctica's toughest battalions. I don't think they were talking about the weather. Another source has stated that there were losses on both sides in the battle for Antarctica against the Nazis' last battalion, which had fortified themselves in underground bases below the mountains of Neuschwabenland. Antarctic answer ended in a stalemate. Question. Why would Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun commit suicide after Hitler had spent so much energy executing over 5,000 Nazi officials whom he suspected were behind his assassination attempt at the Wolf bunker, especially if he had a way out via a secret Nazi South Polar base? The March 18, 1994 issue of the Plain Dealer Cleveland, Ohio carried an 80-story titled Doctors Find Burned Body Could Not Be Hitler's. Excerpts include, French forensic experts say the charred corpse said to be Hitler's is not his body. Experts falsified verification reports ordered by Joseph Stalin to appease the Soviet dictator. The body is actually that of an unknown German male. The forensic experts spent more than 2 years analyzing the autopsy reports prepared by Soviet coroners in the days following the surrender of the Third Reich in 1945. The body said to be Hitler's had an extra tooth and only one testicle. No German doctor who had examined Hitler before his death ever mentioned either anomaly. This is also interesting when we consider that the well-known abductee, Barney Hill, remembered the following experience under regressive hypnosis as recorded in the Paranormal Encyclopedia, Mysteries of Mind, Space and Time. Barney and his wife Betty were abducted by gray-skinned humanoids from Zeta Reticuli. However, one of the beings on the craft was described by Barney Hill under regressive hypnosis and the following words, which are taken from pages 1,370 of the encyclopedia. Another figure has an evil face. He looks like a German Nazi. He's a Nazi. His eyes. I've never seen us like that before. Remember that this occurred nearly 15 years after Europe had supposedly been denazified. There seems to be an Antarctic connection with the Gulf scenario as well as other possible Nazi connections. German tourists scouring New Mexico, exploring mines and caves and buying up land and mineral rights just before the outbreak of WWI. The Nazi-connected CIA's involvement and their placement of several Nazi SS agents who had been brought into the U.S. via Project Paperclip within the Gulf and other underground facilities. The involvement of secret Bavarian lodges and adults, and the possible Antarctic Gulf's connection to alternative 003. Another interesting connection is the fact that the secret Nazi teams involved in the construction and operation of the underground bases below the mountains of Neuschwabenland and elsewhere in Antarctica were called Ultra teams. Ultra is also the code name for the Dulce space. Also, there seems to be a direct connection between the Dulce space and Long Island was repeatedly operated by the Draconian reptiles around Grace and the very truly society which had back in the agenda. Random question. Tom, do you have access to the alien craft? Answer, yes, please. There are quite a few of them. The main fleet is stored at Los Alamos. Yes, I have several crafts. There were two things that stick in my mind. A funny feeling of the floors and the unusual pinkish purple color of the lighting. The crew stated the floor becomes ridged in flight, and the purple tint of the lighting changes to blue-white. The entire inside of the aircraft are scaled down in size when compared to the average human. The hulls were curved and narrow, but somehow the inside it appears that it looks. Certain areas, the outermost sections, almost felt and looked alive. I was never taken up in one. Question, can you give me more information on the reptilian race? What did they do on the 6th level? The area called Nightmare Hall. Answer, the rigor cast is the daily chores. Mopping the latex floors, cleaning the cages, bringing food to the hungry people and other species. It is their job to formulate the proper mixture for the type 1 and type 2 genes that the Draco race has created. The working cast work at the labs as well as at the computer banks. Basically speaking, the reptilian races are at the level of the dull space. There are several different races of aliens that work on the east section of level 6. No doubt some collaborating Nordic factions including Brenton. This section is commonly called the alien section. The Draco are the undisputed masters of the 567 levels. The humans are second in command of those levels. I had to argue with one large Draconian boss frequently. His name is difficult to verbalize. Karshfahs pronounced throat. KHHAHSSHHFAHSHSST. I usually called him Karsh, and he hated it. The Draconian leaders are very formal when talking to human race. These ancient beings consider us a lower race. Karsh called me Leader Costello, but it was used in a sarcastic way. However, the worker caste is friendly enough. As long as you allow them to speak first, they will answer if you address them. They are very cautious, consider motions to be hostile. They always seemed surprised when they found many of the humans were open and trustworthy. There was no fraternizing with the aliens off hours. It is forbidden to speak to an alien race in a hall or an elevator without a clear business-oriented reason. Humans can talk to humans, and aliens can speak to aliens. That is as far as it goes. At the worksite, however, it's different. There is free speech in the labs. The camaraderie found in the labs also reaches the computer banks section. In those areas, everybody talks to anybody. However, everything changes the minute you cross the threshold of the hall. Instantly, all conversations become strictly formal. Hard as it was, several times I had to arrest someone, simply because they spoke to an alien. It's a strange place. Question, exactly what first made you aware that something was wrong? Adults, seems to me that a place as obviously horrible as this one wouldn't need an Einstein to know that this is a crime site. What took you so long? Are you the guy who blew the whistle? Answer, there are several things you should know about. I took an oath, under the penalty of death, that no matter what I saw or heard I would never divulge the information. Also, I signed a waiver that states I would willingly give up my life if I was found guilty of treason. At the DOS-based treason is anything that mentions the details of daily operations at this facility when outside the confinement of a space. When I first arrived, A&E policy was in effect. The story the honchos told us was that this is a tri-bio transfer facility with advanced technology, doing advanced adventurous methodology for medical and mental games, which is a fancy way of saying they do really risky things with human life just to see what would happen. If a medical cure happens, it will be heralded on the surface of the earth as a marvelous new cure, saying it was found after years of research at some well-known medical lab. The real story of the cure is never explained. After all, the DOS is a secret facility. These people are very good at what they do. They do not tell the truth about the unfortunate people in the Nightmare Hall who worked with aliens. With that in mind, you should get the idea of the secrecy and the security at that place. Yes, I know this was not the usual hospital-type job site, but in the beginning I bought the whole package. I was reminded daily by intercom, in the elevators, that this site does high-risk advanced medical and drug testing to cure insanity. Please, never speak to the inmates. It can destroy his work. Unsensible. When doctors say don't speak to them, who was to destroy a delicate situation, but one man somehow caught my eye. He repeatedly stated that he was George S. and the head chap, and he was sure someone was searching for him. I don't know why he sticks in my mind. I found I was remembering his face, thinking he sure didn't look or sound insane. But many inmates said that. The next weekend I convinced a friend of mine, a cop, to run a check on the guy, saying I had a run-in with him and was curious. I didn't mention the base at all. It was a sickening feeling when the computer confirmed that George S. was missing. What's worse, the cops thought he was just another guy that got tired of the daily grind and split. That was the beginning. Am I the one that blew the whistle? No. The next Monday, I searched for George, but he was gone. There were no records that explained what happened to him. It was another security officer that came to me saying he and some lab workers wanted an off-duty meeting in one of the tunnels off the record. Curiosity took over and I said okay. That night, about 9 men showed up. They said they knew they were risking me turning them in, but they wanted to show me some things they thought I should see. One by one they showed records that proved many inmates were missing people. There were newspaper clippings, and even photos that they had somehow smuggled into the base. They hoped to smuggle them back out without me turning them into the honchos. I could see the fear in their faces as they spoke. One man stated he would rather lose his life by trying than to lose his soul by not doing anything at all. It was that remark that turned the tide. I told them about George and the things I found out about him. After a few hours, we pledged to attempt to expose the doll space. Question: the name Nightmare Hall is descriptive, but surely there was a regular name. What was it called in the manuals? Answer: in the manuals it was called the vivarium. It describes doll space as a secured facility for tending bioforms of all types. In that report, it is retold as a private subterranean bioterminal park with accommodations for animals, fish, fowl, reptile, and mankind. After seeing this park, the name Nightmare Hall is far more accurate than manual. The accommodations for the inmates at Nightmare Hall fall short of the pretty picture the manual describes. Question: you mentioned reptilian leader, Karfosh. Do you know anything about him? Like, where is he from? Is he from Earth or some other planet? Answer: his name means keeper of the laws. They receive their name after they reach the age of awareness. They do not recognize time as an important factor in being aware of the way humans do. Upon their age of awareness, they are cognizant of the station or position they are destined to fulfill. At that time, they chose or allow someone to choose their name. Their name will include the position they hold and several personally chosen letters. Each letter has a personal meaning, known only to the alien and the one that chose their name. Since Karsh's name means keeper of the laws, his name includes Kosh, memory, or keep. Base word for Akashic record and FASHST law. Base word fast or bind. Reptilians choose to be not only private but secretive of the location of their natal place. To them, birth or emergence of life is considered as one of the sacred rites of life. They consider Earth or Terra their home planet, but several reptoids discuss several star maps. Most of those stars were within the Milky Way. Within those star maps lies the stars and planets of the allegiance. Earth being one of the planets in their trade routes. If any human asked clear questions about the allegiance, the aliens referred the questions to the Draco. The Draco in turn referred the questions to their supervisor, me. I did not have that information about the stars, because information was applied on a need-to-know basis. I didn't need that information. Question: did any of the working cast join in the revolt? Could you give me some names? Answer: a few of the rep are coded. Before you re-enter the car, all the elevators are magnetically controlled. Even lights in elevators, as well as all lights on all levels, are magnetically induced. The light bulbs are not the type found on the surface, but a totally different type of light system. The illumination found there is a closer match to natural sunlight than any artificial light on the surface world. The shape of the elevators is unique. If you have ever seen a Tupperware sugar bowl, you can see the shape copied in the elevator, sort of like an open-ended oval with another half-oval on each side. The elevator shaft matches the shape perfectly. The magnetic controls are in the half-oval shape. If you could stand the nor close to the half-ovals, you would feel the slight pull of the power of those magnets. The motion is smooth and silent. There is a nearly unnoticed surge when the motion starts or stops. There are no cables needed, because the lift is magnetic, not electric. Since there are no cables in the elevator cars, there is no chance of them falling. Question: I understand that certain groups of cleared individuals in the government are collaborating with alien groups. Is it known how many groups and what type they are working with? Answer: I don't know how many groups or what type they are working with. Question: a mysterious security man calling himself Agent Yellowfruit says he worked at Groom Lake, Area 51. The security officer states that he's been in contact with benevolent aliens at the Groom Lake facility. Are you aware of such a group? Answer: Yellowfruit is one of the slang names for Yellow Jack or Yellow Flag that shows quarantine and caution in the labs. There are so many different slang names in DOS labs that meant quarantine that the workers published a booklet to show the meanings. Adults, yellow for youth, are the lab workers so-called from the yellow light outside the decontamination chambers. Banana is the older workers, lemon is the new guys, and so on. Question. Is there an alien installation under Groom Lake or Papoose Lake at the Nevada test site? And are they conducting biological research at these sites? Answer. Most of the stuff at the Groom facility deals with defense. But there is a large storage area in the tunnels that holds thousands of alien craft parts. From what I have heard, the medical tests at the Nevada test site are conducted by and for the Navy. Question. According to my sources, the aerospace companies have a secret underground installation in the Tehachapi Mountains, not far from Rosen near Edwards. Insiders refer to the Tehachapi installment as the Anthill. They are experimenting with advanced technology such as anti-gravity discs. Some have seen basketball-sized floating orbs patrol the facility. Do you have any further information on this? Answer. The California mountains, Tehachapi, Chocolate, Shasta, etc. all have alien security methods and equipment. The basketball-sized orbs are used for unmanned patrol. They are silent, but when photographing living beings there is a humming sound. The globe that emits light is magnetic aura. This light is in the visible spectrum 3900 angstroms. You can see the light, but light does not reflect off anything. Question. Is there anything you can tell me about the moon alien installations? Atmosphere. U.S. bases. Answer. There is not much I can tell you there. I wasn't in the lunar program. I heard there was an allotee of equipment sent to the moon between 19,591,964 under Project Whiteout. Question. How do the aliens use magnetism? Do they use it as an energy source? Is there more we need to know about magnetism? Answer. The aliens use magnetics for everything. They use magnetics as the basic structure for their energy source. The more you learn about magnetics, the better. The human race calls them magnets. The aliens call them lodestar. They have been harvesting lodestones for centuries. Not only that, they want all the magnetic power on Earth. They intend to continue harvesting that power, now and in the future. As long as we were only using magnetic power as an oddity, there was no problem. But in recent times, the human race has begun using magnetic power and finding more ways to utilize that commodity. There was a treaty made. In the original treaty, the human race, or those who supposedly represent the human race, if you could call it that, Branton, didn't mind at all. We considered magnets hardly more than useless. As people searched for another source for power, we turned to magnetics. The aliens wanted a new treaty. What could we offer? They chose land, underground mining rights, animals, and humans for new experiments. The general public never knew about the treaty. The governmental Bavarian cultist heads of the world chose another treaty in 1933. This time we got high-tech knowledge in exchange. So now, the more we use magnetics, the more they claim humans and the lands of the United States. We were sold in exchange for magnets. If you doubt it, look around. There are token companies that really utilize magnetic power, but are depending on electric-based or ceramic magnets, not lodestar magnetic oxide iron-based magnets. Question. What do the aliens do with cow blood and other parts from mutilated animals? Do they need these fluids for research or survival? Answer. The aliens use body formula to keep them alive for use in the growing vents and for the artificial wounds. Plasma and amniotic fluid are the two most ingredients for their life. All of the sap of some plants can keep alive for months. Most of them are parasitic in nature, but red grapes and okra plants can also be added to the formula to keep them alive if they have no regular formula. Question. Female abductees report being inseminated by aliens. Are they trying to hybridize our species? Answer. Yes, they are breeding slave warriors for the upcoming war with the alien races, the Nord races, Branson. The serpentine races are in orbit around Earth, Venus, and Mars. Question. Abductees have reported that the aliens can pass their bodies and that of the abductee through window glass. Is this a feat of magic achieved by advanced technology, or is it a psychic power? Answer. The aliens have mastered atomic matter. They can go through walls like we go through water. It is not magic, just physics. We can learn to do the same thing. It has to do with controlling atoms at will. Question. Are you in communication with benevolent aliens, or do you have contacts that are? If you are, can you tell us how we can communicate with their teams? Answer: I am not at liberty to discuss communications with any friendly alien life forms. I can tell you there is a friendly factor active in Costa Rica. I am in communication with that factor. I am an active member of the Subgalactic League of Costa Rica. This organization, using a small satellite dish, television set and radio equipment, reaches this factor. I might suggest that by using similar equipment in a low band frequency, you may reach the same factor. Question: do you stay in the United States of America, or do you live abroad? Do you work now? I know you have been on the run for several years. Answer: yeah, quite a few years. I visit the United States, but it's really dangerous when I do. I've lived in several countries. I spent a few years in Mexico, working as a mercenary soldier. It's rough work, frequently living in the bush, eating whatever I can find. I spent time in South America, fighting the drug cartel. It's not the citizens, it's the secret government, top officials and American alphabet boys, FBI, etc. I settled in Costa Rica, bought a small house in Limon. Actually, it is a shanty that someone abandoned. I paid the equivalency of $11 to one of the local constables for the right to call it mine. My name changes when I think someone is asking questions. I've worked in one of the underground bases near the Panama. It's in the mountains, not very far from a passive but active volcano. It is not as fancy as Dulce, but the people are wonderful. Question: what is the best city in Costa Rica for an American to visit and maybe move to live? Answer: none of them are worth anything by comparison, but I like Limon. There is a real culture shock when you get past the tourist sections. Inside urban areas, it's not so bad, but away from the beaten path, the picture changes. There are no improvements in the shanties, no sewers, or paved roads. But if you stay in the cities, you don't mind the big difference in the cultures. The countries have a lot to offer. Nice weather, great beaches, and beautiful trees with food growing everywhere. Question: are there any other security level names other than secret, top secret, ultra? Answer: there are many other security clearances. Here are a few: Umbra, Stellar, G27Z, Triad, UMT Universal Military Training, and UMS Universal Military Service. Astral and Sub-Astral. Umbra is higher than Ultra. Note: it may be conceivable that some of the higher security clearances are used for the joint human interstellar projects. For instance, Whitley Strieber described an abduction to another planetary sphere where he encountered ancient ruins, aliens, and human personnel dressed in military khakis and carrying camcorders, automatic weapons, etc. Obviously, such personnel would have to possess an extremely high security classification, such as Universal Military Service, for instance. The Joint Illuminati Alternative 3 projects have reportedly taken part in joint offensive operations against the peaceful residents of other worlds. This, according to a couple who defected from the Alternative 3 movement after an agent from the Federation warned them about such atrocities. Brenton: question: ever see a badge with MAJI? Answer: no. Question: since you have lived in Spanish-speaking countries, it's obvious that you are bilingual. What other languages do you speak? Answer: other than English, the only other languages I speak are Spanish and Yushu, the common language alien spoken adults. I speak Spanish fluently and enough Yushu to keep myself out of trouble. Shortly after I first transferred to adults, I took a crash course in Yushu. Anyone that plans to spend more than 1 week working at the base, they are wise to learn the basics. Otherwise, you are required to wait for an escort to get around. All the signs at that base are written in the universally recognized symbolic language. Yushu is logical and easy to learn. Question: what are the eating habits of the aliens? Are they carnivores? Answer: it depends whether they are one of the gray worker caste, one of the reptilian worker caste, or one of the higher developed draconian leaders. Also, the created beings, replicates, type 2 being, or one of the really strange genetic mixtures. I'll try to cover a little of each. The formula includes amniotic water, plasma, and several other body parts raw, usually bovine. This nearly clear mixture with the texture of pureed peaches and almost in the color. The grays tend not to be around humans, because the odor of it is very unpleasant to any human. They can spend days or even weeks between feedings. The working caste of the reptilians meat, insects, and a large variety of plants, including vegetables and fruit. They prefer their meat raw and very fresh, but have learned to enjoy some cooked meat like rare beef steak. Note: according to many abductees, the reptiloids are not above eating human flesh. It has been said that they prefer flesh that is young enough to be free of toxins, old enough to be imbued with a lifetime of accumulated emotional energy residue which is resident within the human body. Some abductees claim that certain reptilian factions have such complex biotechnology that they are able to remove a human's soul energy matrix and place it in a containment box, and use the controlled body for whatever purpose they choose. Some abductees also insist that in some cases the reptiloids can create a clone duplicate of a person in a short amount of time through time warping and replace the soul energy matrix, a person back into the new clone body. Their disappearance from society would otherwise create too many problems. This way they can ingest the emotional residue in the original body without abductee realizing, in most cases, that their soul memory matrix has been transferred to a clone body, because they would have experienced a total soul matrix energy transfer and a suppression of any memories relating to the transfer process. The clone bodies do not possess the integrated emotional residue that the vampirialistic reptiloids apparently crave and find intoxicating in a similar manner as a human on Earth who is addicted to hard drugs. Britain. Unlike the Greys, they eat frequently and usually carry or send for food on their breaks. The ruling caste is secretive about their foods. They have created several dietary myths that they carefully embellish when the chance arrives. One of their favorite legends involves one of their ancestors' ability to eat an entire flock of geese in one setting. They rarely eat inside any other species. They carefully choose their food, then carry their meal to their quarters. It was only when hunters arrive at the base that they join their meals. They enjoy the same foods we do, and they have been seen secretly munching on a freshly found snail. The human-looking replicant eats some vegetables. They rely on vitamin protein for sustenance. If they have to eat on the surface world, they can eat whatever they are served. But as soon as possible, they regurgitate. Their digestive systems frequently fail to process the food properly. The engineered beings have a special diet created for their dietary needs. The mixture includes several organ foods blended with plasmatic fluids, amniotic liquids, and parasitoplasm materials. These unique animals also enjoy occasional green plants, usually grasses or lettuce. The creatures that are designed to become warriors eat Proteli and janitorial crew let us know that they knew WE were attempting to sabotage the work going on in the 6th and 7th levels. One of them, with the name Shal, secretly formed a small group of reptoids with the same mindset as my group. Take note of the similarity between this scenario and the NBC miniseries V, which is now available on video cassette after years of known availability. I have it on good authority that the original author of the V was an investigator who knew Thomas Costello on a personal basis. He had connections in Hollywood and had written a motion picture script, which was seen and borrowed without permission by an NBC employee and rewritten as a miniseries. The show was based on reptilian humanoids from Sirius who had come to Earth under the guise of the like space brothers to bring a new order of universal peace. In reality, they had a secret agenda to rape planet Earth of her resources and steal her people for biological sustenance. This agenda was being contested by a human resistance who refused to fall for the reptilians' facade, and these resistors were in turn working with a secret fifth column of reptilians who did not agree with their leader's agenda for planet Earth. Could this miniseries have had an actual basis in a bizarre reality? Branton Shaw took upon himself the danger of informing me. He was as possible in the unique situation. On the day I found out about it, I was inspecting a camera near an exit tunnel. He approached, stooped down. The tall reptiloids average about 7 to 8 feet in height according to most witnesses. Branton, seemingly scraping some non-existent dirt, and he quietly said, "A few of us agree that you are singular in your interest in missing human reports. If true, walk away. I'll read you. If it's untrue, destroy my life now." My heart almost leaped out of my chest, but I silently walked toward one of the wide halls. For the rest of my life I'll remember those words. It was the first time I knew reptilians could have individual thoughts and opinions. Basically, they formed a uniform front with a small variety of interests. Or at least, that was what we had thought. It was a couple days before I heard from him again. As he walked beside me in the 6th level's infamous hall, I heard him say, "Enter the exit tunnel on the 6th level north. After your shift." The next few hours were long and filled with thoughts of betrayal, or worse, but I shouldn't have worried. I contacted one of the original 9 resistance men and let him know, just in case. Gordon wanted to go with me, but I convinced him to wait a few feet from the exit and pretend he was having trouble with his heart like a golf cart. When I got there were 3 of them. Chanel formerly introduced Foshra and Huamsha name base word is SSHHAA or assist. With that, I quickly grabbed Gordon from the hall, and the 5 of us talked and walked in the dark tunnels, about 3 hours. After that day, the joint resistance group got bigger and bolder. Ultimately, it ended when a military assault was initiated via the exit tunnels, and they executed anybody on their list, human or reptilian. We fought back, but none of the working caste had weapons, nor did the human lab workers. Only the security force and a few computer workers had flash guns. It was a massacre. Everyone was screaming and running. The halls and tunnels were filled as full as possible. We believed it was the Delta Force because of the uniforms and the method they used that showed they had changed. And if they killed as many as named on their list. Note, if Thomas Costello is correct in his assertion, then based on his overall revelations, as well as the revelations of others such as Robert Laser, Phil Schneider, etc., the Dulce Wars were the result of at least 5 overlapping factors or scenarios which converged at more or less the same time or played into each other. This may have also involved a conflict of interest within the MJ-12 itself, and apparently involved different security forces including the Delta Force, Black Berets, Air Force Berets, Secret Service, FBI Division 5, CIA stormtroopers, and Dulce Space Security. The various factors which seem to have played into the Dulce Wars would include animosity toward Greys for their slaughter of several scientists and security personnel in the Groom Wars below Area 51 3 years earlier as described by former MJ-12 Special Science Agent Michael Wolff. Accidental encounters between aliens and human construction workers and security forces near Dulce as described by Phil Schneider. An attack on the Dulce base resistance that was apparently ordered by die-hard collaborators in deep legal intelligence as described by Thomas Costello. An attempt to rescue several of our best scientists had been captured by the aliens after they had discovered the grand deception involving a violation of the established treaties. It is the permanent abduction of thousands of humans to the Dulce and other bases for God only knows what purposes, as described by John Lear. Could it be that MJ-12/PI-40 was unaware of these abductees, yet their superior agency, the Black Monk/MAJIC agency, was aware and had agreed to an actual exchange of human life for technology? And another factor would involve a dispute over whether human security personnel could carry flash guns as opposed to machine guns. All of these were apparently contributing factors to the altercations which raged throughout the Dulce base beginning in 1979. Britain. We, to this day, do not know who betrayed us. Gordon and we ran into the 3rd level exit tunnels, and he died when several bullets slammed into his back. I vaporized that assassin and kept running. And I'm still running. Gordon will be remembered. Question. Tell me more about the flash gun. Is it difficult to operate, or is it like the weapon on Star Trek that can stun or kill on different modes? Answer. It is an advanced beam weapon that can operate on 3 different phases. Phase 1, like Star Trek, can stun and may be killed if the person has a weak heart. On Phase 2, it can levitate anything no matter what it weighs. Phase 3 is a serious business mode. It can be used to paralyze anything that lives. Animal, human, alien, and plant. On the higher position on the same mode, it can create a temporary death. I assure you, any doctor would certify that person is dead, but their life essence lingers in some strange limbo, some kind of terrible state of non-death. In 1 to 5 hours, the person will rise slowly. First, the bodily functions will begin, and in a few minutes, consciousness followed with full awareness. In that mode, the alien scientists reprogram the human brain and plant false information. When the person awakes, he recalls the false information as information he gained through life experience. There is no way for a person to learn the truth. The human mind remembers and believes completely the false data. If you attempt to inform them, they would laugh or get angry. They never believe the truth. Their mind always forgets the experience of reprogramming. You asked if the flash gun is difficult to operate. A 2-year-old child could use it with one hand. It resembles a flashlight with glass converted lens. Outside are 3 recessed knobs in 3 curved grooves. Each knob is sized differently. The closer the knob to the handle, less the strength. It's that simple. Each knob has 3 strengths also, with automatic stops at each position. The strongest position will vaporize anything that lives. The mode is so powerful it will leave no trace of what vaporized. Question: is the weapon called a flash gun, or is there a different name in the manuals? Answer: everybody calls them flash guns, or more commonly the flash or my flash when talking about it. In the manual, it is first introduced as the Armalux weapon. After that, it is explained as the flash gun. Question: what type of security is found at the doll space? What else is used against espionage or unauthorized activity? Answer: I'll mention a few, but it would be nearly impossible to cover it all. The weapon, besides a flash gun, mostly used as a form of sonic. Built in with each light fixture in most camcorders is a device that could render a man unconscious in seconds with nothing more than a silent tone. At dolls there also are still and VCR cameras, eye-print, hand-print stations, weight monitors, lasers, ELF and M equipment, heat sensors and motion detectors, and quite a few other methods. There is no way you could get very far into the base. If you made it to the 2nd level, you would be spotted within 15 feet. More than likely, you would become an inmate and never see the light of the surface world again. If you were lucky, you would be reprogrammed and become one of the countless spies for the ruling caste. Question: according to certain reports, the doll space is host to other aliens that live in level 5. Is that true? Can the humans really roam or be in the halls, or is some type of protocol in effect? Answer: there is protocol from the first time you enter the base, and UST be followed every time. USCE and alien there. From the working caste, to the visiting aliens, to the ruling caste, there is a never-ending checklist of rules, law, and strict protocol. There is never a chance to roam on the 5th level. The alien housing area is off limits to any human. The hub is surrounded by security, arsenal, military, and CIA/FBI sections. The area past the security is one of the most secured areas because it houses so many classified files. The entire east side of the 5th level is off limits except for security personnel holding ULTRA 7 security clearance or higher. The garage on the west side of the 5th level requires ULTRA 4 clearance. Question: is there proof available that could confirm the allegations of the underground base, or are we just supposed to believe you? Answer: many people have asked that one. No, I don't expect people to believe with blind faith. There is tangible proof that has been seen, felt, or inspected by quite a few folks. I'm in no position to go on a lecture circuit to explain to every person on a Neptune basis. I am trying to stay alive. All I can do is say again, that also is a secret facility. They work hard to make sure nobody can find the place. If everyone could easily find it, it wouldn't be a secret facility. I've explained the extreme security methods they use. There is other proof available. There are 5 sets of copies in 5 different boxes in 5 different locations that hold complete proof of everything I have tried to explain. Here is a list of contents of each box, delivered into the safekeeping of 5 individuals, known only to Thomas Costello and to the individual recipients Branson. A. 27 sheets of 8x10 photographs of aliens, creatures, pages, and facts. B. 1 silent candid videotape. Begins on the computer banks, shows the vets. Multi-shots of Nightmare Hall, 2 shots of graves, 1 shot of a terminal showing signs saying to Los Alamos, and about 30 seconds of the shuttle train arriving. C. 25 pages of diagrams, chemical formulas, and schematics, alien equipment. D. A copy of the new treaty complete with signatures. E. 2 pages of original alien documents signed by Ronald Reagan, Governor of California. Each page includes Reagan's signature. The original set mentioned above is sealed in 1-piece oxygen-free heavy plastic box. The set includes A. 27 sheets of 8x10 with original negatives. B. The videotape and the original microfilm from which the videotape was copied. C. The 25 original pages of diagrams with notation, formulas, alien equipment schematics plus the schematics for the flash gun and my flash gun. D. The treaty with Reagan signature plus 7 other political signatures and 4 alien signatures. The working flash gun in that box is an extremely dangerous weapon. In the wrong hands, there is no limit on the danger it could inflict. The proof must be protected. But when placed in the hands of certain government agencies, it would not be treated as proof for an alien visitation. The government branch knows the truth and they publicly lie. Think about it like this. Do you know, for certain proof, that George Washington lived, or do you believe what other people say about him? There is no one alive that saw with their own eyes what is claimed about him. You judge all you know about him by what other people say. Columbus said there is a new land, and it was found. I am saying there are aliens in several underground bases in this country, and terrible things happen in those places. If I die before this proven, search for proof. After all, the Dulce base and the other bases aren't going anywhere. Unlike UFOs themselves, they are not here today and gone tomorrow. If they are there, then there are bound to be some indications of the fact. Branton, demand that the government admit it. If enough people demand it, we'll find a way to explain the base, or at least explain why they must keep it secret. There are many people that work at the Dulce base that know me. I am challenging those co-workers to speak up, at least anonymously. Send a letter, or a telegram, or fax to confirm what I have explained. In the name of the brave men, women, children, and aliens dying to let the public know what is going on at the Dulce facility, expose the horrid place before thousands more innocent people are tortured and die unspeakable deaths. Question. What about the elevators? Do they drop from the surface to the 7th level in a couple of seconds? Do you know anything about them? Are they electrically lifted? Everywhere on the surface world there are elevators made by Otis Elevator Company. Does that company make the elevators at Dulce? Answer. I failed to notice what brand was available in the elevators at the base. I could tell you that there is no elevator anywhere at Dulce that drops from the surface to the 7th level. Security blueprints show the levels are stepped down. Each level drops 1 floor only. Not even a express elevator. After the 3rd level, not only would you change elevators, you are weighed in cone-filled liquids. Question. In the Dulce papers, copper seems to be high on the importance list. In what methods is copper used? Answer. One of the main uses of copper at Dulce is containment of the magnetic flow. Magnets are used everywhere at the base. The infamous interiors are lined with copper, and the exterior walls are clad with stainless steel. The mechanical arm that stirs the liquid is made of a copper alloy. Other uses include dietary needs in a few of the transport beams. There are several specially made cells or rooms built first with lead, then magnetic steel, then clad in copper. It is in those cells on the 4th level containing whole essence. This essence is what you would call a captured body, soul, or astral body. Note. This may team with the reports of certain remote viewing astral spies who claim to have projected into underground facilities like Dulce, New Mexico, or Pine Gap. Have close encounters with these astral containment fields, or have been captured by the same and released after being interrogated via supersensitive electronic equipment. In one case, an Australian remote viewer was probing the Pine Gap facility, where he also saw 3 other astral spies. The magnetic or astral body of one of these people had been captured by such a containment field, which really disturbed him. This man, Robert, also saw Grace and reptiloids operating in the deeper levels of Pine Gap, and also Nordic type humans who were apparently captives and who did not seem to be very happy about being there. Branton. Question. Growing multi-species beings, blood formulas, and that sound like a backplot to a science fiction movie. The doctors and scientists of the world claim you can't mix the species. Note, naturally this may be true. However, through genetic bioengineering and genetic splicing, this has apparently been accomplished to some extent in Branton. The concept mentioned in the Dulce papers sounds far-fetched. Could you provide information that the average surface world reader could understand about similar things? Answer. The doctors and scientists on the surface world may say that, but underground, away from the prying eyes of ethics boards, they do grow transgenous beings. There is a lot of written material available at the libraries. One of the best sources is an easy-to-read book published back in 1999 by Prentice Hall International, with the title of The Second Genesis. Becoming Control of Life by Albert Rosenfeld. In this book, they discuss animals that may be especially read to supply genetically reliable organs for people and the use of fetal or embryonic material from which adult-sized organs and tissues may be grown. Also, he discusses the fact that embryonic tissue has no immunological activity. Therefore, it cannot provoke the defense mechanism in the recipient. It will join the body not as a foreign antigen, but as a natural protein. He further discusses solitary generation, commonly called virgin birth, but also known as parthenogenesis. With one virgin birth in 1/6 million births average on the surface of the world, in adults that rate is reversed. Occasionally, a normally born human infant is born in the hospital wards on the 7th level. Parthenogenesis is the method used to grow type 2 beings. The now common transsexual surgery on the surface world begin at the adult space, then became in the 7th level labs, and with the 4th level technology, the brainwashing resulted in the eager desire to become a woman, and that poor man, whether a willing or unwilling participant, firmly believed he always wanted to be a woman. No one convinced him to believe the truth. All things are twisted in adults. A quote by Dr. Ralph W. Gerard in the second Genesis put in his now classic statement: there can be no twisted thought without a twisted molecule. MOSTF originated adults. Question: how will the human workers stop from pulling everything about adults? Answer: implants, fear threats to harm the families, M control. Also reprogramming with ELF, extremely low frequency, and drugs are those methods to encourage the workers not to divulge the location or daily routine. Question: a construction worker at the Anvil in Northrop's Tehachapi base reporting to 12 foot tall human beings in lab coats. Who are these guys? Are they from the Hollow Earth? Note: the Hollow Earth theory is one that was postulated by various well-known individuals, including Marshall V. Gardner, Raymond Bernard, William Halley, discoverer of Halley's Comet, Edgar Allan Poe, Edgar Rice Burroughs, John Cleave Sims, John Murray Lloyd, and others. Basically, the thesis involves what one might refer to as the geoconcavitic sphere theory, or that as the Earth was forming in its molten state, the planetary spin created the hollow or concavity within the center, similar to the hollow created by the centrifugal force of a washing machine following a spin cycle. The theory, which has been postulated in parageological theories, in adventure novels, and in some cases even in alleged visits to the inner world, states that the shell of the Earth averages between 8,001,000 miles thick, with an interior surface consisting of oceans and land illuminated perpetually by a sphere of electromagnetic and or nuclear energy suspended at the very center of the empty space. There are reputedly funnel-like openings near the polar regions, perpetually concealed by mist created by the collision of cold air from the outside and hot air from the inside, which permits ingress and egress to and from this inner world. The theory states that the inner surface has its own gravity, yet slightly less than the outer surface gravity. One side of that theory is that between the inner and outer surface, where gravity is nullified, there exists a layer of wheelless or Lloyd caverns in an eternal state of chaos where minerals, liquids, gases, and chemicals continually slam together from the Earth's rotation, causing intense magmatic activity. A virtual inferno, or bottomless pit. Some have theorized it based on the apocryphal book of Esdras, chapter 13, which contains non-canonized Jewish legends that the 10 lost tribes of Israel disappeared beyond the river Samban into a place in the far north where humans never lived before, called the Arzareth. In the last days, a path would be made through the ice and waters of the north, and the lost tribes would return.